hearing from them that they want?
I mean, for us, there's certainly going to be some consolidation. I kind of welcome it because it's much easier to punch through the noise as a premium brand when mainstream hard seltzer isn't on like fire sale. So what we're hearing is, hey, the 6-packs are working. Like our retailers make more money selling Loverboy than most of the products in the cooler because they're making more money per square inch. So we're exclusively in 6-packs. We've held out on the variety pack that does like the lion's share of the volume in this business, but we did that strategically. When we introduce it, it'll be with new flavors that are designed not to cannibalize on our core SKUs. And 19.2, I mean, like convenience, single serve, we get asked all the time. For us, it's like, how do you launch a premium brand in a 19.2 format? Because historically, that kind of jives against premium brand ethos, but I think we can do it, in a curated fashion, if you will.
Yeah. I mean, hell, like anyone in this room knows, like margins are shit right now. And the supply chain is a catastrophe. So if you're a wholesaler, you want something that's velocity and margin. And I think that a common theme from, we have a lot of really good wholesale partners that are like vastly different. We have some craft, we have some large AB houses, and it's the same theme really, is that the products need to move quick, but they're trying to return to margin, and that makes sense. And so, similar to you guys, June Shine delivers a really healthy margin to our retail partners, to our wholesale partners, and I think that a lot of innovation moving forward needs to be in that premium category, especially as a startup. It's so hard already, to try to play at a lower price point. It's just kind of shooting yourself in the foot from the get-go.
Yeah, and back to the whole point about some things never change. We've been at this for 10 years, various forms of RTDs, and the one thing that doesn't change is that there's always a lot of stuff, and wholesalers are concerned about, well, all right, how much stuff do I have on the floor and mind share and all that. That will never not be the case. It's always going to be the same. It's incredibly competitive. There's a lot of product. There's a lot of product on the floor right now. There's a lot of product on the floor at retailers right now. So to the extent that you can be different, that's what they're looking for. It's a hard sell to go in there with something that is competing against what they've got, aging inventory. That's just the feedback we're getting.
Like a black cherry hard seltzer.
Except that.
Related to that, when you guys are, because they're asking, we want something new, and you're dealing with this area where it's kind of about the next big thing all the time, how do you still get brand loyalty and get consumers that are going to stay with you even with those new products?
Yeah, so I think there's different approaches to that. So I'll just speak to what we're doing. From the get-go, we started June Shine with this idea that we could build the Better For You alcohol platform. And so it's one of the reasons we named our product June Shine. There isn't a hard kombucha piece of that name. And so we said, okay, we need to build a lifestyle brand that and we're just doing hard kombucha right now, but over time we can extend, and for that millennial and that Gen Z consumer, be the leader and trusted brand, because we built that brand for this next wave of alcohol growth. And so that's doing things from building an ambassador team that's not centered around one particular individual, but rather an entire lifestyle. Having tasting rooms that are like real breathing experiences of that lifestyle. Being conscious about what brands do you partner with, what brands do you not partner with, what venues are you in. And so an exorbitant amount of work goes into that, and we're making the bet that as we scale and launch other products, that brand can extend itself, and that's the hope.
Yeah, I mean, there's some great parallels. We wanted to build a true lifestyle brand that offered products for different occasions. And what we've learned from our direct-to-consumer RTDs is that it's not the specific liquid that's the driver, it's the brand ethos. And so, when we think about products and innovation and loyalty, it's really, how do we create the most authentic, highest quality product possible that is something that I want, and my friends want. And in some cases, we can identify trends and set trends, And I think that forming a brand that is transparent and people can trust is critical. I mean, that was what was missing in alcohol, right? Like it was almost like beer was staring at the answer for so many years with Mick Ultra. Like, okay, well, that's the one beer brand that actually called out the carbs and the calories, and everyone's looking at beer sales going down, 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 and then hard seltzer catches everybody by surprise. But as Danny said yesterday, it's like, it really shouldn't have been a surprise. So I think it's really just, we want to be resonating with, today and tomorrow's consumer, and building a direct relationship with those consumers in, ways that legacy brands and suppliers, they can't.
Yeah, any disruption or disruptor is going to be disrupted, and that's just the way it goes. So I wish I knew. It's the hardest thing about this, and when it comes to innovation, you're constantly confronted with how do you not make whatever it is you're creating a fad, because that's simply not going to work. It has to be more than that. It has to have longevity. It has to have some resonance to it and power that lasts beyond the immediate moment of success or failure. And I think it's a couple things. You have to stay good at innovating, and maybe that means different formats, different ABVs, different flavors, different price points. It can be a lot of things. Perhaps beyond just flavor. And probably the hardest thing is how do you build a culture around your products in an environment where attention span's decreasing, and it's hard to know what's coming next, right? Is your product going to be cool, or is that culture going to be cool 5 years from now? It's incredibly difficult. I think that's the hardest part about what we do. After you've got a concept and you launch it, that's the real challenge.
We did have a audience question for you, Greg. Do you see non-alc kombucha drinkers converting or expanding to hard kombucha, or are your consumers more so coming from the general hard seltzer alcohol base?
Yep. Originally, so the nice thing about having like a true direct-to-consumer platform, and I say direct-to-consumer is different than e-com. I'm not talking about like through Drizzy or GoPuff. Like when we're actually selling, we can communicate, and we've learned that at this point, the scale we're at, a lot of our drinkers are not kombucha drinkers, non-alc kombucha drinkers. They're just better for you drinkers. And actually, a lot of our consumers come from wine. It doesn't mean they're replacing their wine occasion with hard kombucha. It just means that a lot of people who like wine also like hard kombucha. But I mean, I think that, like, and you asked this question, I thought it was super good, which is, okay, well, where is the alcohol category going in the next 5 years? And we obviously think about that a lot. And the version that we've tried to use of that question internally is like, not where's the alcohol category going in 5 years, but who is the consumer we care about the most in 5 years? So like, you can't about everyone. And I know that's like a harsh reality. You kind of have to focus on like some demographic. For us, we care the most about the millennial consumer and the Gen Z consumer. And I think that both the dudes sitting next to me probably feel the same way. And so when we look at that, it's like, well, what are the categories that are growing 50% year over year? Hard kombucha, hard teas, RTDs, non-alc beer. Those are the only ones producing those kind of numbers. And I think the way I would relate it back to that question is, you can't see that growth. Like, we're at almost 3% of the beer category in San Diego. And at one point this summer, we were the #1 product in Whole Foods. Big shout out to Mary Guyver for all beer. So you can't do that just off of the kombucha drinker. And I think there's a similar parallel with a tea drinker.
Yep.
So, but it's a good way to get started.
Yeah.
Yep.
I wanted to make sure we could touch a little bit on the on-premise, which, hard seltzer has been a little bit slower in getting on top of. How do you guys see your individual brands playing in that space?
I mean, I touched on it before. I mean, we're just excited that it's now an option. I mean, it's basically non-existent for us for the longevity of our existence. So, you know, one of the things that our product delivers on is, you know, more taste and more flavor than your average hard seltzer, which I think works really well in the on-premise environment. I mean, you see a lot of people just take their Loverboy and add a floater. I mean, next thing you know, you've got a cocktail. So there's all sorts of fun things that we can do, not just serving it in a can. You know, there is some actual color to our liquid because we're using real ingredients, some of you guys, and so it's like that works because I agree with, I forget who said it, it's weird to, you know, pour out a seltzer in a glass and you're just looking at what looks like a water. So you can dress it up, you can add a garnish, you can add hard alcohol, you can do all sorts of things. And again, I think it's a unique opportunity for on-premise to, you know, it speeds up their ability to actually service customers, particularly in a labor shortage environment, when you're serving cans. And I think if they're serving premium products, I think, you know, it's a natural fit for on-premise more so than something mainstream. So.
And Greg, you guys have your own tap rooms, so why was that a direction that you wanted to go? I don't think people traditionally would think of hard kombucha as having a tap room.
Yep. And we're definitely not, again, trying to scale the business through tap rooms. We're just trying to put in like flagship locations where people can come in and experience the brand, whether we're having like a musician play there. We do a lot of movie premieres with things that embody the June Shine brand. So we looked at them more as like centers to semi-profitably have our brand experience. But I mean, I think on-premise always has been and always will be a good way to build your brand. It's been a hell of a time to start a company over the last couple of years with the on-premise. And, you know, for us, we do have a draft focus. We do, you know, our sales team's fantastic. They know there's a certain percent of draft they got to go out and get. And we've seen that, I think, sorry, I forgot your name, but from the Ginger company, you made a great point about how, you know, 50% of these folks coming into this bar, they don't want beer. Then you look at the tap handles and it's like fucking 90% of them are beer. I like beer, by the way, so I'm not feeling on it, but I just think that like that's going to change, and products like this do really well in these kind of venues.
Yeah. I mean, why, because of your unique package, do you see Sun Ice as having more of an opportunity in those non-traditional on-premise locations, like festivals or concerts, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, of course. And this brand, sort of the interesting thing about this format is that it was born on-premise, and then we commercialized it for retail. So as far as we're concerned, you know, of course it's going to work there. But it, you know, going back to Danny's great presentation yesterday, you can't deny the numbers are there on-prem. It's just simply happening. RTDs are going there. 10 years ago, you couldn't get caught on-prem with an it was simply not going to happen. That's not the case these days. So it's there, and I think sometimes, you know, the challenge is the marketer can be, you know, we have a bias. My bias is, this isn't going to be. This is retail, you know, not always the case. But yes, those non-traditional avenues, the festivals, all of that stuff is fair game. For this particular format, it collapses flat, so that's just a big waste benefit to the venue. So, but of course, highly competitive. That's where people want to be with this type of product.
I want to finish with, and Greg touched on this already a little bit, where do you see this Beyond Beer space evolving in the next 5 years? What are we going to be talking about?
I mean, you know, for us, it's really just trying to set trends and not follow. You know, we launched our spritzes as a response to the Aperol spritz craze. We launched our espresso martini because we were drinking a lot of those too. So, you know, it's really taking, you know, some of this nostalgic, you know, throwback flavors. I mean, we're going to be launching a Cosmo next month. I've never even had a Cosmo. Now I love them.
You've had a Cosmo.
I've had a Cosmo.
Sure, you've had a fucking Cosmo.
Well, now.
You liar.
You'll find me with my pinky up.
You're lying.
So, all right, busted. No, we're excited to just continue to innovate, and sometimes that's going to be direct to consumer. You know, part of the necessity of that was we were focused on, you know, building the best possible network would be beer wholesalers. So now that we're finally getting to that stage where we're nationwide, it's just continue to roll out what we think people want, and it always comes back to an authentic, high quality product.
Well, I'd love to keep hearing what you guys all think and keep talking about this, but we are over time. For everyone here in Santa Monica, we're going to have lunch. Thank you, guys. Panelists, we're going to have an hour break. And for everyone watching our live stream, please stay tuned for a special conversation with the creators of Brave Noise, the collaboration beer created to honor those who shared their experiences of sexual harassment and misogyny in the beer industry. That interview is presented courtesy of the Chicago Brewmuseum. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Zoe.
Hey everyone, welcome to a special Brewbound sponsor interview. My name is Justin Kindle, and I am the editor of Brewbound.
This year, the Brewbound team was proud to recognize Brave Noise as the cause of the year. Brave Noise is a collaboration beer that came together in the wake of thousands of accounts that women shared about their experiences with sexual harassment, discrimination, and assault faced while working in the industry. To participate in the collaboration, breweries must develop and publish a code of conduct to ensure that they are doing their part to create safe environments for staff and patrons. We've got a very special conversation lined up for you with the four forces behind the movement, co-founders Brienne Allen and Ash Elliott, and Brave Noise partners Ren Navarro and Jen Blair. This conversation took place during the Chicago Brewmuseum's annual Beer Culture Summit in early November, and we are so grateful to the Brewmuseum's executive director, Liz Garibay, for allowing us to share it with you. The Beer Culture Summit is a yearly gathering that celebrates beer's past, present, and future as a beverage that's so much more than just a drink. So please check out Liz and the Brewmuseum's work at chicagobrewmuseum.org and enjoy this conversation with Ash, Brienne, Ren, and Jen.
Well, before we get in, I'm just going to set the stage a little bit. So Brave Noise launched in July as a collaboration beer with the goal of creating a safe and discrimination-free beer industry. And participating breweries must write and publish codes of conduct that establish environments that will keep both employees and patrons safe. So far, more than 150 breweries in 31 states and 4 countries have signed up. Each participating brewery is asked to link to their code of conduct through a QR code. If you ever told me that QR codes were about to get the pandemic glow up of a lifetime, I would never have believed you. But QR codes on the beer's label, and they are asked to donate proceeds to a nonprofit organization that works to create safer spaces in the beer and hospitality industries. So it's been a ride. Brienne and Ash, what's next for Brave Noise? Is that a pretty accurate depiction of where we are right now?
Ash?
You want, yeah, I'll take this one. It's going to be a long road. So, I mean, right now, yeah, we have 150 breweries signed up, and we just extended the collab through March due to supply issues and the holidays and all that. And we want to make as much noise as possible. I mean, even with beyond the collab, you know, it's beyond just the beer, right? It's the initiatives that we're putting forth. It's creating safer environments. So it's a lot of work. There's a lot of work to be done, but it's ongoing. And I think Brienne can kind of like speak a bit more about, you know, how all the work behind the scenes that, you know, us just like reaching out to breweries and just making sure that if they do need help, like we're here for you. And that's why we've kind of developed this platform so that there are tons of resources. We brought in tons of different partners, and we want to make it as, you know, kind of easy as possible to put these, you know, policies in place and create, you know, resources for staff and customers. So, you know, I think it's, you know, we've seen the response so far, and there's a lot more work to be done, and it's not over, and we're ready for it. We're ready to keep going. I don't know if that answers the question or not. Now that was rambling.
No, that was perfect. Yeah, what do you guys see as being like the next thing?
I mean, right now it's just really hard to get people to participate. It's really interesting after like viewing all the different global collabs that there have been in the last 2 years, and how like every brewery in the world signed up to save, like forest fires. Not saying that that's, not admirable, but it's just funny that everyone signed up for that. And then half the people signed up for Black Lives Matter or Black is Beautiful. And then like a 10th signed up for this. And it just, the more that people actually have to show like what they're saying, they actually have to walk that talk as well, the less they want to participate. So we're just trying to ease people into the whole safe spaces and like why is that so hard to commit to kind of thing. So it's just an endless conversation. It's a lot of one-on-one. And I mean, that's why we built it. We have, we're all resources. There's lists of free resources. So anyone that just doesn't even know where to start, we're here to like talk to them about it. And so it's a lot more work than just waiting for people to sign up and hoping that they do. We literally have to like go in and be like, no, you can do this and we're going to help you do it. So it's just, it's a lot of work.
And pointing out the work is an important point of differentiation here. So Ren, why is this collab different than others?
I mean, Brianne started touching on it, and the difference is accountability. And so what we're asking is, instead of just waking up one day and saying, you know what, I'm going to fight the forest fires, I'm going to tell someone Black is beautiful, or I'm going to save our hospitality industry, we're asking you to prove in writing that you're going to do something. There is this thing that happens, and has been happening in this community, where we declare ourselves to be safe spaces, safe people, nice people. We got to stop doing that. We have to start putting this in black and white and saying that this is not just for our staff, this is for patrons. And that if you come into this space, we want to make sure that everything's a-okay. And by asking for that kind of information as your literal accountability, a lot of breweries are kind of saying, oh, wait, you want me to what? You want me to make a code of conduct or a value statement? Yeah, I do. I really do. You sit down and you'll work on hops for, hops profiles for months, but you're too scared to say, if the creepy guy at the end of the bar tries to touch you, he's out. Well, like put this in writing. And that's what this is about. And that's why it's different, because, you have your can of beer, but now I can see what you're about, right? Like I'm going to scan it and I'm going to know immediately. And I don't even have to talk to you about it. And if in 3 months, what you have put on that can, you're not living, I'm going to know. There's no more like, oh, well, we actually meant this and it should have been this. This is it. It's transparency. It's black and white. It's solid. And that's what makes this so different. And I think that's why people are scared about it. And I think that there will be an uptick in it. But people just have to get used to starting to put things down in writing.
For sure. I know. So we've seen these thousands of stories pour out over the last few months, and a lot of changes have happened across the industry that I know I certainly have been following and covering, but can you guys detail for the audience, what are these changes that we've seen in the past 6 months or so?
I think the biggest change that I've seen is the beer festivals that have been going on, and just seeing like who has addressed, allegations that have been called out against them and who hasn't, and whether people are going to continue to allow that behavior to happen or hold them accountable or not. And it really like speaks volumes, especially when people are brewing Brave Noise and then they join festivals with some questionable, bad actors. And so it's been really interesting seeing the change of participation in festivals in that way, and just people, really thinking about like who they're going to be working with and partnering with, and setting a good example for other breweries for sure, and consumers as well. Other changes that really touch me a lot are just I get a lot of messages from people just saying like how their coworkers started treating them differently, or have apologized for past little microaggressions, or just how customers have even been nicer to them. And just small changes like that, I think, are just so much more impactful than the CEOs pretending to step down, or people posting, performative virtue signaling Instagram posts. It's just the little day-to-day microaggressions that like build up over time that have really caused this whole Me Too movement to happen in the first place, because we're just so fucking sick of it. And so that's been like the coolest change to me, is just like the everyday, just feeling safe where you are and wanting to go to work, you know?
Those small interactions certainly add up, and they mean a whole lot. So I know in the conversation, particularly in the past few weeks, the term activist has come up quite a bit. So Jen, what would you say is the difference between an activist and an advocate?
Yeah, so this is something that, you know, as I'm learning more about this space and looking into why things bother me when I hear them, the term activist versus advocate is something that has come up, and something that I've actually addressed with breweries. So it may seem like a minor point, but something, you know, words matter, right? Titles matter. So within this movement that's happening, and there's a train going by right now, so I apologize if you hear that, but within the movement, you know, there are certainly activists and there are advocates. So when we're talking about activists, those are typically people who I've kind of learned it as being outside of the industry, right? They want social change to happen. They're taking part in making that happen. An advocate is someone who is in it. You know, you're in the industry, and you are not only asking for change, but you're working to make positive change. And that has come up recently. You know, everyone who's on this call, we're not sexism activists, right? We're advocates, and we're advocating for ourselves. So it's important as we move forward to make sure that we're using the right kind of language, because there's a certain amount of dog whistle in addressing people as activists or influencers. You know, when you're on the receiving end of that, you understand that the people who are saying that know exactly what they're doing. So when we're talking about activists, those are typically, again, people who are going to be outside of the industry wanting change. When we're talking about advocates, we're talking about people within the industry who want the change and are also working for positive outcomes.
Definitely some important distinctions. Another distinction, Brienne, you've been really clear that the goal here is not to cancel anyone, but rather for named breweries to take accountability for past bad actions. What do you think that looks like?
So I actually went down like a crazy rabbit hole about cancel culture today, and it just got me so riled up, because like that's so not what this is at all. And it just really upsets me when I see people calling it that, because it's completely disregarding all of the awful things that these victims have gone through. And just by saying that we're trying to cancel and ruin a business, just like basically is silencing all these voices, and it's so awful. I do think that there is a responsibility when people use social media to publicly shame people. And I do admit that in the beginning of all of this, there was a lot of like calling out of breweries and stuff, which totally spiraled out of control. And I totally admit that, like, I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know it was going to become this. It quickly changed from that when I met with these three awesome women. It quickly changed from calling out to our new favorite phrase, calling in, which is calling out with love. And it's basically calling on these people doing these terrible things and just kind of talking through like why this is like, we need social justice and, you know, human right. These are basic human rights. We're literally just saying, hey, rape is bad and rape is illegal. Please stop doing it. And calling it cancel culture by saying rape is wrong is like totally just disregarding all of the work that everyone has been going through to just, you know, get that word out. And cancel culture is ridiculous. It's not what this is. We're carefully talking to each person and trying to help them see like the errors of like why this isn't socially acceptable anymore, which shouldn't have to happen because it's illegal. So like, I don't understand why this is such a surprise to everybody, but Yeah. So I think that's the difference between, like, we're giving them the opportunity to change and have retribution and fix their companies to be better and accepting. We're not telling them to shut their companies down. So that's the difference between canceling and accountability to me.
Ren, what would you add to that?
I think the notion of cancel culture is a really lazy term. Cancel culture is a lazy way to say, I'm holding you accountable. Those who claim that they're being canceled, it's exactly what Brianne's talking about. They're doing things that you shouldn't be doing in general. This is kind of an explain it to someone like their 5 moment. Like, these things are bad, do not do them. And if you say, well, I feel like I'm being canceled, it's no, you're being called out on the carpet to lead up to that accountability and to take, like, full rights and responsibilities for what you're doing. Because this is not, like, yeah, it's beer, but these are people's lives and their livelihoods. And these are people who, in most situations, don't have a voice. And I think that that's why these conversations are so important. That's why Brave Noise is important. And that's why it's important that breweries stand up and do it, because they're saying it's not about cancel culture. It's about accountability.
For sure. And this is so much about, in a country that's so obsessed with the notion of work and how basically work may or may not have replaced our religion for all intents and purposes. Like, we should all feel safe and comfortable going to work. Like, that's really kind of at the heart here. I know what I told myself was I was just going to keep my mouth shut and ask you guys the question. So I'm sorry. But so Ren, your work leads to interactions with all sorts of leaders of all sorts of businesses within the industry. And what do you want consumers to know about conditions for underrepresented groups who are working within craft beer?
I really wish that we would stop kind of being in this vacuum of beer that, when the bad things happen, it's only the people in the industry who know about it. And we don't talk about these things, but we also don't talk about the good things enough. So people who are not attached to craft beer don't learn that, yeah, it can be good. And so underrepresented folks, and I use that term because I want it to be a fluid term. So underrepresented could be a white trans man, and in 5 years, he's not underrepresented anymore. And it shifts, because it always should be that there's a shift in who that person is, what they look like. Like, at some point, yes, we will turn into the United Nations of people and looks and whatnot. But in the meantime, it's about being open and transparent and saying, hey, we want to show you what this is about. And, come on in and see this. You drink macro beer. Cool. Here's the craft beer equivalent. And let me explain it to you. And there's the brewer, and there's this person who does these things. Like, come and sit and see the ingredients. And these are not, like pie in the sky ideals. This is a very simple thing that most people who are marketed to the heaviest already know about, right? Like, most people who go into a brewery are like, yeah, I already know that. But people who look like me don't know that, because we're not invited in past the door. And what we need to get past is this notion of my door is always open. It has to get into this point of, I want to come outside onto the sidewalk and talk to you. And as we make that change, we're going to see, it's not going to be a major shift, but it'll be a small shift. And small shifts over time will become larger and more felt. Get out there, understand who your community is, and show these things, and we'll get somewhere with it.
Ash, what kind of action do you want like-minded consumers to take? And what do you see as consumers' role within Brave Noise's mission?
I mean, consumers hold all the power. I mean, it's, they have the choice to invest in a company that's doing good or like doing evil, right? So, I think consumers need to look at their local, breweries, their favorite breweries, and see what they're doing to address the issues in the industry. Like, look at their social media, look at their website, look at the tap room. Like, how would it feel, not being a cis white male, walking into this place? So, I mean, it's, is this place safe? Would you want your friend or family to work there? I mean, do they have a code of conduct posted? Like, what's their harassment policy? So I think, it's just keeping that other, it's another set of eyes. And I think with Brave Noise and having that transparency that we're asking, breweries to post their code of conduct, customers can hold them accountable and really, speak up and reach out if they're not aligning with those values that are posted publicly.
So, Jen, you've done a lot of outreach with the homebrew community, and they're definitely a a different kind of consumer because they're so intimately involved in the industry and the process. What does the homebrew community's role look like within Brave Noise?
You know, within all of this, and I know we've all spoken to this in different degrees about how it seems like a lot of commercial breweries seem kind of afraid to brew Brave Noise, to be held accountable. And I have been shocked by the homebrew community, and I shouldn't be. I've been a member of the homebrew community for a very long time, but the amount of homebrewers who immediately signed on to do this, you know, for various reasons. Maybe it's because they have a daughter, or, you know, they know people, or they're like, well, of course, why wouldn't I do this? The homebrew community has been so supportive and has turned out so strongly that it really has, it's made me like very, very happy to be a member of that homebrew community. And there have been a couple of homebrew groups, one of them in particular on the West Coast, who have actually put together a toolkit for homebrew clubs who want to be able to raise money for whatever their Brave Noise charity or nonprofit is going to be. They've put together toolkits for other homebrew clubs or other homebrewers to be able to use to have people, you know, pledge a certain amount of money to get like a mixed 6-pack or, you know, a 12-pack of different homebrewers versions of Brave Noise to be able to, you know, then donate that money to a nonprofit that supports the Brave Noise mission. It really has been like just incredible to see.
I've been in the beer industry for just over a decade, and I think that the next 6 months is going to be about breweries really sitting down and taking a long, you know, cold hard look at who they're currently marketing toward and why that, you know, the easy target is the way to go. And I think that there is going to be more about sharing knowledge and sharing knowledge outside of the industry, and more of a community impact, more community building, and just kind of rewriting the way we talk about things, right? Like beer is a second language, right? Like we all talk in shorthand and we talk about, you know, all of these little bits and pieces. And I think what's going to happen is that we're going to start sharing how to speak it with people who didn't even know that they could learn the language. And I think that is going to be the really big push. And hopefully that this means that, you know, collabs like this aren't going to be these strange things to do, and that values and code of conduct are going to be the norm. We're going to act like real corporations for like a minute. And we're going to be like, hey, here's a handbook. Here's like how we're going to protect you. Here's how we're going to protect you whether you work here or not. And I think that's going to be the big push for the next little while.
Anybody want to build on that?
I can add to that briefly. As you know, as an employee within the craft brewing industry, you know, once my former brewery had signed on to brew it, I had an interaction with another coworker that normally I would say, I'll just deal with it. It's not a big deal. I'm used to it. And, you know, having that, knowing that we went through the process of updating our code of conduct, we had all of these conversations about what does this mean for us, empowered me to go to my boss and say, hey, this happened and I didn't like it. This is how it made me feel. And this is what I would like for you to do about it. And, you know, knowing from those conversations that we had, my boss immediately said, okay, I will take care of it. And understanding that it was, you know, it was a safe space for me to come and say that. And, you know, whereas in my previous employment, I would have just dealt with it and swallowed it. And, you know, it's just like that one more thing that every day kind of weighs you down. So being within the industry and working at a brewery who did take it very seriously really did empower me to say, like, yes, first of all, I shouldn't have had to be empowered to say, I don't like the way a coworker treated me or spoke to me. But understanding that now I'm in this place where I can say, this isn't okay, and I will not be treated this way. And my employer saying, you're absolutely right, you should not be treated that way.
That's huge. So huge. And I'm awkwardly smirking because I am just thinking in my head, if one of my former breweries had brewed this, I don't know, I would have some thoughts. So while we're working our way into phase 2, Ren, who do you think should be leading the charge right now?
I kind of love and hate this kind of question, because I'm always like underrepresented people should totally lead the charge. But you know what? We're really tired. We're incredibly tired. If I could go and sleep for a month, I'd be like, smell you later. I think that it should be that those voices that are heard louder are those who are underrepresented, but they should not be the people who have to be like, all right, let's go. If you have a position of power or privilege, use it. And that is about reposting, retweeting, reading articles. Go and read a book. Do you know how easy it is to go find a book about race relations in beer? It's actually really easy. Like that shelf right there, that's it. Google's your friend. And I think that the problem that happens is that people say, I don't know where to start. Again, it's the beer community can suddenly talk about like water profiles for 3 days, but like, I don't know how to help those who need the help. You can do it. And I think that it's not really about who leads the charge. It's about who carries that person for a few blocks and then trades off that someone else can step in and help out. I know I sound pretty flippant with some of it, but it's like, really, you do homework for so many other things, do it for this too, because this is one of those things where it's not going away. Every brewery talks about wanting to diversify their staff. What are you doing about it? You're just sitting there saying, I sure wish I had some diverse people working here. Learn what that means. Talk to the people in your community. Talk to other breweries. Like, again, trade those notes. These are not trade secrets. These are things that are really important. And the more that we make it the norm to talk about it, the easier it gets. And that means that when you make a mistake or you make a misstep, it's not going to be a hard thing. You're not going to have to worry about cancel culture. You're just going to have to understand that next time you do it a little differently. And that's it. And so it's one of those, like, let's link arms and let's just start running together. Use your privilege and highlight and amplify those voices that don't get to yell as loud as they should because the batteries in my megaphone are dead.
And I think you said you think you have a flippant tone, but I think that's perfect because that's the way that we talk to each other. Like we don't take a lot of things too seriously. And I think the way that you phrased all of that should absolutely be resonating with some people. So as you've seen, Ren, in your consulting work, what it takes to build an organization that creates a culture that allows, underrepresented employees to thrive. Like, what are the highlights from building that sort of culture that leaders need to know today?
I think that there's some really amazing things like, scholarships are fantastic because, again, I got a degree in English. I didn't know I could go into beer until I was in my 30s. So I lost out on a lot of that camaraderie that a lot of people already have within the industry. And so I think that, doing paid internships, change the language in your job posting. Just change the language in your job posting and you will see a difference in who comes in. And it is really about, you are so passionate about your beer. And every person that's watching right now, you're here because you're passionate about beer. Go talk to someone who doesn't think beer is anything special and spread that joy and tell them that there is a room at that table for them and that no one has to leave and that we're all just going to shove down a little bit and they're going to have the time of their lives.
Brianne, I think you have felt a lot of support at Notch. And I know that's something that you were pretty, forthcoming with and talked a lot about how supported you felt there. What do you think there are some things that are going on in Notch's internal culture that other breweries would be able to emulate?
I think with Notch, there's just a lot of female people in management. And so that way they really have a way of communicating with the other employees and getting shit done. But I think my biggest influence is Allagash because I live in Maine. And so I meet with Celine, who is head of HR at Allagash all the time. And they're actually like not picture perfect, but they are like the leaders in the industry when it comes to human resources and just treating their employees well. Like the other day, she was telling me that they have like a 2-week bereavement leave for all their employees. Like, where have you ever heard that before? They all, ever since this new movement started, they've all been taking like self-defense classes together and they've been paying for all the other breweries in Maine to go too. And it's not like self-defense as in like violence or preventing violence. It's how to communicate when situations like this come up, whether you're dissolving that situation or if you're receiving it, or if you're seeing it somewhere else, or how to report it, just all these different ways. And they're really, just leading the charge of showing and sharing their knowledge with all the breweries in Maine. And I think that's really why we didn't have that many, if any, stories. It's just because everyone looks up to them as a leader. And I feel like other breweries that are that big and have those resources could be leading, the same example for other states. And so they were really a huge inspiration for me while I was working at Notch. And so it really resonated, bringing some of those practices back down to there. So I would give them all the credit.
Celine is a fabulous human being. We had her on a panel to talk about mental health last year, and it was just so wonderful. So
yeah, she's so cool.
Yeah. And I don't think I've ever met a person at Allagash that doesn't absolutely love their job and is like the nicest person in the world. I drove myself up for a beer and a lobster roll a couple weeks ago, and every single person working in that tap room was just a darn delight. So, well, this has been a really great chat. And I want us to look a little bit more forward other than the next month, 6 months, year. So what do all of you hope the craft beer industry looks like in 10 years? Ash, let's start with you.
Well, I've also only been in craft beer officially for like 3 years, and I was in music for 10 years prior, but similar industries in a certain way. I want more, more woman-owned businesses, more diverse voices in leadership roles. That's really like, even with Women of the Bevolution, it's like, I want to create a platform that helps support women that want to start their own business, whether it is in brewing and beer and alcohol, create grant programs for them so that, they can be successful and they can start their own business.
Awesome. Jen, what do you hope to see in the next 10 years of craft beer?
For me and the kinds of conversations that I have, I hope within 10 years, people are willing to be uncomfortable and willing to be wrong. And when they know better, they do better, and understand that that's not an indictment of their humanity or their character, but that, we all grow when we're willing to be told that something we did was hurtful or harmed someone else, and say, okay, I'm sorry, let me learn from this and move forward. So we don't have to continue having these waves of people saying, I had no idea it was this bad, or if I've ever done anything like this to you, please let me know. And just, having this community where it's okay to understand that we're all human and sometimes we mess up. And when we know better, we do better, and everyone's just willing to live in that discomfort when it means that we're moving the industry forward.
Ren, you've been around for a decade. What do you want one to?
Oh man. I'm already like, in 10 years, I would like that, these collabs are done annually, and that they aren't just kind of just reactionary to things. We do them because we want to do them, and we continuously uplift and highlight. I think that's the big piece that we need to really get into. And it's not about uplifting and highlighting from within. It's about drawing from outside and bringing in, and I'm hoping that there is a better, tighter community connection with those who, again, don't know about craft beer. And that in 10 years, there isn't a need to go out and to speak to your community in such a hard drive of a way, because you're already doing it, and that it's now old hat. And I think that, with Jen was saying, like, when things go wrong, you understand how to deal with it. And even if you freak out at the first, everyone's going to freak out, but learning how to really deal with it. And also learning about consequences and not protecting those who do bad things. Like, let's quit it, because it's not doing us any good as an industry. It's really hurting the people who are working way too hard. You hear of breweries that have done, the leadership's done something really bad, and now there's 50 people who are in fear of losing their jobs and then their homes and all of these other things because of 2 people. Let's get rid of those 2 people. Like, let's just stop. They're not doing anything. So I'm hoping that in 10 years, we just, cut the fat.
Protecting bad actors has really not served us well over the last 30 years. So I'm glad you said that. Brienne, you're about to start some training to get into like more formal leadership on this side of things. What do you want the next 10 years to look like?
I have a couple. My biggest one is like beer and breweries have been so historically community driven, and I really hope to see that come back instead of breweries, hype breweries doing collabs with each other and everyone's basing the coolness factor of a brewery off of who they made a beer with. I want to see breweries making collabs as much as they do with other breweries with their communities and giving back to their communities. I love a lot of the breweries in Maine right now, and some people I know down in Florida have specific taps that they brew a beer, just constantly filling that tap, and all the revenue from that tap goes towards this community project. And it doesn't have to be, beer related. It's literally just like a whole community effort, and I want to see more of that. I also want to see a more diverse panel for Master Brewers Associations, for the districts, for national, for Pink Boots, for the BA. I want them to get all their bylaws together, and I want to see their code of conduct, and I want them to stick to it and actually hold breweries accountable and kick them the fuck out when they fuck up. Because right now, the only people holding these companies accountable are right here. And that's obviously not doing as much as we want it to. And they hold so much power. I really want to see the BA step up and start telling people like, either you're in or you're out, and you need to get on the same page. So those are some things that I hope to see in the next 10 years.
Super actionable. Now, we just took a long view, so why don't we look at next steps and goals for the next few months with Brave Noise? Bren, what are you seeing for what's on your to-do list for the next few months?
I have a lot of Canadian breweries to call. I've been doing these really weird kind of like, can I talk to you about Brave Noise for a minute or three? Let me text you the info. So literally, I'm doing 2 trips in the next little while to do collabs that Canadian breweries are like, yeah, we'll do it if you show up. They're both clients of mine, which I think is hilarious. But I'm actually drinking one from Counterpoint, which is in Kitchener, that they've definitely been putting their money where their mouth is and doing a lot of training. So I'm just kind of highlighting that stuff and just talking about Brave Noise until people are like, oh God, she's coming.
Thank you, Ren. Seriously, thank you.
Brienne, Ash, Jen, anything to add about the next few months for Brave Noise?
Ash.
I can jump in, yes. Well, okay, so again, Brave Noise has been extended through March. So, we're trying to work with breweries to do events and, things like this. We got to keep the conversation going. We got to get more participation. We also did launch a fund called the Bevolution Brave Voices Fund with nonprofit, another rally. So this fund is to provide financial aid and resources to industry staff who need help leaving toxic work environments and move forward. So right now we're trying to raise as much money as possible to get this going, and then open applications so people can apply for it. And so that's a top priority. We also have a few other grant programs. We're actually working with Beer Culture on for a Black female entrepreneur in brewing program. So there's a few other grant programs like that, so that we are working on and through various fundraisers. So we do have, like the anti-racist, anti-sexist, pro-equality beer club merch fundraiser is one of them. We're going to be doing a Brave Noise merch fundraiser and a few others through Women of the Bevolution. So definitely, make sure to follow along on Instagram and through the Brave Noise Beer website, and you'll get kind of updates on all that.
Awesome. So how else can people get involved? Reaching out online?
DMs are open, I feel like, all the time. I talk to all these people via Instagram like all day, every day. So reach out, DM us, email us, hello@Brave Noise Beer. We want to have the conversation. I hope that people aren't scared of us. It's like, we want to help you. We have resources. We just want to let's talk, that's it. So please reach out.
Fantastic. How can everybody find you guys?
yeah, so at Brave Noise Beer or at Women of the Bevolution, and Brienne at Rat Magnet.
I mean, everybody.
People already know that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I was like, people might have heard of this rat magnet. I don't know.
Right.
But yeah, Instagram, that's always like the best route, or hello@bravenoisebeer.com. But I'll let the rest of the group speak about the best way to contact them.
For me, it's Instagram, and it's at beer_diversity.
For me, it's also Instagram. It's under the Gemfluence.
Fantastic. This has been an honor to chat with all of you again. And
Hey everyone, welcome to a special Brewbound sponsor interview. My name is Justin Kindle, and I am the editor of Brewbound. I am joined by the one and only Don Bixel Jr., the founder of 3-Tier Beverages. Don, welcome to Brewbound Live.
Well, I'm not sure I'm the one and only because I'm the junior, so I would be the second.
That is right.
So not
but
the one and
there's
only.
really only one you, though.
I do appreciate that.
Look at that shirt.
Well, this shirt came from One Too Many Nights in Las Vegas at NBWA. We passed by that shirt shop multiple times and decided that this shirt had to be mine. And it was purchased just for this event.
I couldn't let that shirt go without comment. But here we are. We are in Santa Monica. It's been 2 years since we've done Brewbound Live. And you had a hell of a Brewbound Live in 2019. Why don't you tell folks about your experience and the path to starting 3-Tier Beverage?
Yeah, 2019 was exciting to get out here. I had just left a company that I'd been with for a number of years and came out here to do some networking to try to figure out what was going to be next. If I was going to stay on the supplier side of the industry, was I going to look at the distributor side of it, maybe even the retailer side. And had started doing some consulting for some suppliers on the East Coast. Actually started with a friend of ours at Castle Island Brewing, and quickly found that not having data was kind of detrimental to being able to call on your distributor partners and onto your retailer partners. So while I was out here, actually, the idea for 3-Tier Beverages was born. And soon afterwards approached our friends at Vermont Information Processing, which a lot of the beer, wine, and spirits clients all know, about kind of putting together a platform in which Nielsen scan data could be accessible within the iDig platform. So people would have one spot to be able to log into, to be able to gain access to data. And then we as a company, we form kind of the facilitators of it on top of the consistent learning that is added to it. I mean, our tagline is come learn and grow with us. And we provide ongoing opportunities for webinars that are held every single month with industry leaders, one of which was actually just hosted recently by Jess Infante.
That's right. You guys are hosting webinars. You've got Tom Fox, who joined from Fox Sales. You also got Danny Brager, who used to be at Nielsen IQ with you doing stuff. Tell us about this team that you built.
Well, the exciting thing about it was the fact that my background has primarily been in beer. Most of my experience has been with big beer companies, small beer companies kind of in the middle. And knowing that we needed to be a little bit more well-rounded, knowing that we didn't just want to work with beer suppliers. I've always been fascinated by the cross-category, looking across things, across the RTD platforms that have blown up over the last couple of years. So having an opportunity to get the godfather himself, Danny Brager, kind of a legend in the data analytics side of the industry, to come and join us. Danny's specialty is first and foremost in wine and has a lot of knowledge of the spirit side. Helped round out the team of my co-founder and myself. My co-founder, Joe Sepka, came over. He was with PepsiCo for a lot of years and was with me at Revolution Brewing. So him and Danny, and then partnering with Tom Fox from Fox Sales Coaching. And then recently we've added another team member who came over from Anheuser-Busch.
So we know what you do now, but who are you looking to partner with? We've seen the lines of the beverage industry blur. Who are the type of clients that you're looking to partner with?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, I think primarily what we're looking to do is, not only take care of the existing beer clients, the existing spirits clients, obviously the existing wine clients, but most exciting right now is watching everybody kind of play across every single genre right now. You've got people that are in beer making seltzers and are moving into non-alcoholic drinks. You have seltzer companies that are moving in, or spirits companies that are moving into RTDs, wine companies that are moving into ready-to-serve containers. I mean, I think the ones that excite us the most are the ones that are touching, all avenues of it, both beer, wine, and spirits.
So you're looking to partner with clients of all sizes, though, right?
Yeah, anything. I think the most exciting thing for us is realizing that there's so many suppliers that haven't been able to best utilize data over the years. So what we've been able to do is not only provide them access, but also provide them, the knowledge they need in order to be able to put together successful sales presentations, to be able to talk to their distributors in a meaningful fashion, and then to also be able to train their people to be able to change the vernacular of their organization. So they're actually talking in real data as opposed to wishes and dreams. It's actually based on reality.
So Don, for the folks out there who want to partner with you, how can they find 3Tier?
The easiest way is to get in touch with me. I'm pretty easy to find either on LinkedIn or through my email. It's just Don with 2 N's at 3tierbeverages.com. But I'm pretty easy to find. But we are looking to continue to add new supplier partners. We're very happy that after 2 years, we're working with over 125 suppliers and look to continue to add talent to our staff. We've got an open position right now and looking to add new supplier partners that can come learn and grow with us.
And in that shirt, no one's ever going to miss you.
Well, I can guarantee you, especially tonight when we're out and about in Santa Monica or over the next couple of days, drinking some good beer from Lost Abbey and spending some time at Chez J. But it is great to be back in Santa Monica and hanging out with our industry folks.
All the Allegashians come together again.
Yeah, we're going to miss a couple of them, but
yeah.
It will be good to enjoy some of the ones that are based here out of the West Coast.
Absolutely. Well, Don, we appreciate the support of 3Tier, and we appreciate the support of everyone out there. Stay tuned for more Brewbound Live. Hey everyone, welcome back to Brewbound Live. We've got a great speaker coming up here and some more music too. So the power structure in the brewing industry is constantly shifting and evolving. This year it's been on display with some of the largest CPG companies in the world dipping their toe into bev alc, and not just with products, but distribution. Our next speaker, a consultant and a deal maker, is here to update us on these evolving spheres of influence. Please welcome J.B. Shireman to the stage from Arlington Capital Advisors.
All right. You guys hear me okay out there? Yeah. All right. Good. Hey, Justin, thank you for that introduction. As he told you guys, my name is J.B. Shireman. I'm with Arlington Capital. For the record, I am not an investment banker. I do work with some very talented ones, and what I'm about to say next falls under the brief heading of things our lawyers made me say. Presentations, I quote, presentations and public appearances, content are informational and should not be considered as publicized investment advice or recommendations. The information discussed today represents my very own ganja-soaked perspectives and are provided by Arlington Capital Advisors or its affiliate, Arlington Capital Services, LLC, member FINRA. All right, we covered that base. All right, good. All right, well, look, speaking of not being a banker, hell, I didn't even graduate college. I went to Colorado State University in Fort Collins 3 times, and they politely asked me to not come back the 3rd time, indirectly or maybe more directly because of beer. Certainly didn't, being able to legally drink at 18 really didn't help my cause. I felt a little bit vindicated over 20 years later when they invited me back to actually help write the curriculum for the Beer and Beverage Institute Insight program, which was part of their Graduate School of Business, and I actually delivered one of the first commencement addresses to that group, which was pretty funny, having been kicked out of the college. But I am not a banker. I am a strategist and a longtime advisor in the beverage space, and for a pretty long time, I've looked at the world through the lens of total beverage, even though the vast majority of my experience has been around craft beer. This is my first time to speak at Brewbound, and I was asked to, I don't normally talk about myself, I try and talk about the industry a lot, but I was asked to give a little more background on myself than normal, since a lot of you guys aren't directly out of the beer industry, so just bear with me for a couple minutes here. Next year will mark my 35th year in the beverage industry. For those of you who do know me, know I was born and raised in LA, and that stands for Lower Arkansas. I don't use proper English, and I am prone to dropping F-bombs, so buckle up. I found my way to Fort Collins in May of 1987, and I found work at the oldest continually operating business in the city and the smallest bar in the state of Colorado, where I had the pleasure of being the very first on-premise account for New Belgium, the first on-premise account for Odell. We used to bootleg Pierre Celis's Celis White up from Texas, and my first 3 beers I had on tap were Coors Banquet, Pabst Special Dark, that's a nice one, and Buffalo Gold from Boulder Beer. So at that time, there were no craft breweries in Fort Collins, and now craft breweries, dispensaries, and distilleries outnumber Starbucks and McDonald's by a factor of like 10 to 1. So it's safe to say that we've seen some changes there over the years. In 1995, I went to work for New Belgium as employee number 26. We only sold in Colorado and Wyoming at the time. I helped them open 27 states. I appointed about 250 wholesalers and ran everything that wasn't production. So sales, marketing, branding, distribution strategy, field quality, co-founded the Tour de Fat, which became the largest bicycle parade in the world, and I also served on our board of directors. I left there in 2008, and I started my own consulting company called Craft Centric. And I was working with a guy named Bill Anderson out of Los Angeles, who I had served on a board with, and he had a group called First Beverage. And in 2011, after doing some consulting with him, I folded my consulting company under the umbrella of First Beverage, and we rightfully predicted then that there was going to be a tremendous amount of M&A in the craft beer space, even though it took us 3 more years to get our first deal done, which was Boulevard in Duval in 2014, and that brought the first European investment money into the U.S. craft beer space, and that really broke the dam. We followed that up with 5 deals with ABI, 4 with Miller Coors. We did the Firestone, another deal with Duval with them. We did a deal with Kirin and brought the first Asian money into the U.S. market. We did a deal with ABV, Artisanal Brewing Ventures, and brought the first family office money in. And we participated in one of the first craft-on-craft acquisitions with the roll-up of Brooklyn 21A and Funkworks. And interestingly enough, we also did the first transaction in the seltzer business when we sold Spike Seltzer, which is now Bon and Vin, to ABI. In 2017, there was a fundamental change in the business model at First Beverage, and Van Russell asked me to join Arlington Capital. I joined them in 2018. I really like the three-legged stools are very strong and very stable. And I liked that Van was focused on the entire beverage sector, particularly spirits and cannabis, which I was anxious to get into. He had a great restaurant practice and multi-unit franchising. So those things played together very well. And with our team at Arlington, we've continued to put some nice points on the board. We did another deal with Molson Coors. We represented Dogfish Head in their deal with Boston Beer. We represented New Belgium in their deal with Lion Kirin. We did the first U.S. craft cannabis crossover with the Sweetwater Afria, which is now Tilray deal. And then earlier this year, we did our first Beyond Beer deal with Lone River Ranch Water and Diageo. And then most recently, for those of you here yesterday afternoon, we did represent Bell's in that transaction with Lion Kirin and New Belgium, which is not yet closed. So we're very, very active in the U.S., but we're also active globally. And we really look at the world through a global lens. We've done work in the Asia-Pacific rim, South America, and we're in the process of opening up an office in the EU in London. So again, for many, many years, we've looked at this world through the lens of total beverage. So thank you for bearing with me for that introduction there. Raise your hands if you predominantly generate your revenue through beer. Okay? How about seltzer? How about wine-based products? How about spirits-based products? Great. So a good mix across the board. The reason I say that is I want you guys to take a little mindset adjustment here with me. And I'll just use craft beer as an example. I get these just dumbfounded looks when I speak to an audience of craft beer people, and the first thing I tell them, I said, none of you guys are in the craft beer business. Not one of you are in the craft beer business, and the whole room's full of craft beer people. And I said, all you guys do is make and sell beer to compete in an ever-changing global beverage business. And this is a universal truth, I think, for all participants in the beverage industry, and I think it's a cardinal point to keep in mind when you start to do your mid and long-range strategic planning. And as with all consumer packaged goods, you are susceptible to many external forces, and some of these forces are obvious and some are less obvious. But what I believe we've learned to be true over the years is those people who view themselves in isolation of those external factors will sooner or later find themselves deeply out of touch and unable to compete effectively in a rapidly changing environment. I think this is a universal wisdom that holds true all the way from the geopolitical arenas to the neighborhoods that you compete for share in every day. As a firm, we encourage our clients to try and deeply understand everything that's going on around them. And even if you think it may not have anything to do with you, but to pay attention to it and take all of that information and use it to compete more effectively. So I was asked to talk about where we are today in the industry. And I don't think we can really understand where we are today until we get clear about where we've been, okay? So this is a little metaphor for the times. I want to read you guys a quote here. It says, as with all aggressive actions, there will very likely be an equal to or greater reaction at some point. This craft train has been moving at a torrid pace for a decade plus. Faster, bigger trains cause bigger pileups and create exponentially more wreckage to sort through. I definitely would not want to be in the middle seats when this thing derails. The overall weight of the heavy engines in the front greatly stacks the survival odds in their favor. The trailing cars and caboose may have time to unhitch before it careens over the edge. Those in the middle seats will likely get crushed. I don't know exactly when or how this will happen, but I truly believe we are inevitably headed towards some seismic shifts in consumer behavior and the beverage companies that serve them. That's an excerpt from a speech that I gave on January 25th of 2020, 5 weeks before the world shut down. And little did we know then how true that was about to become. And there are a number of factors, but for the sake of our talk today, I have identified 12 of them that I believe really informed our thinking to say what we said then. And we're going to walk through them, and we're going to talk about what was going on then and what's happening with them now. So this is the 12 kind of influencing factors pre-COVID. One, spirits was booming, and it had been for quite a while, right? Number two, traditional beer, which we think of like premium, sub-premium, and light beer, had been shedding volume and accelerating that share loss for quite some time. Number three, craft beer was getting saturated, and it was starting to plateau. We've been opening at a rate of 2 a day for quite some time. It was not sustainable. Number four, there was a lot of industry infighting around who owned the word craft, right? Number five, cannabis was on the horizon and gaining momentum. Number six, distributor consolidation was a monthly distraction for many of you. Number seven, seltzer was taking hold in ways that few of us thought were possible. Number eight, the better for you movement was taking hold across all sectors of CPG, particularly beverage. Number nine, RTDs were on the rise. Number 10, direct-to-consumer was exploding across all sectors of CPG, not just food and household items. Number 11, consumers were gaining momentum, and they were more in command than ever. And by that, I mean they were starting to lead beverage where they wanted it to go, not where other big players wanted to lead them. They were leading instead of being led. And the last one, all of this was causing a severe blurring of the lines between spirits, wine, and beer, particularly in the mind of the consumer, which is really the only place that it matters to all of us, or it should matter to all of us. This trend led many large, very powerful, very well-capitalized companies to try and leverage this opportunity, thereby causing this plethora of new products that didn't quite fit the mold of the past, right? Consequently, this put federal, state, and local authorities on notice as to how they were going to manage these, how they were going to tax them, where they were going to allow them to be sold, and everything. So, in summary, those 12 seemingly isolated things were absolutely affecting our industry, right? And the summation of that is, I think we were losing our ability to predictably forecast accurately, and on a much more serious note, a lot of us were in danger of losing our relevancy to our consumers. And then what happened? COVID hits, right? And the world shuts down. I call COVID an unprecedented trifecta. And the reason I use the word trifecta is the physical impacts of COVID are obvious, right? Millions of people have died, and sadly, I think many more are going to. In addition to the physical impact, a lot of people were suffering mental strain, anxiety from social isolation, trying to figure out how to educate their kids, how to make ends meet, or perhaps a combination of all of those things. And number three is just the sheer economic toll. In 2020, we learned it was much easier to freeze an economy than to thaw an economy. And between March 6th and March 19th, the vast majority of the global economy came to a screeching halt. And when you do that, and the two largest closed down, the US and China, within a week of one another, we realized just how interdependent our supply chains are on one another, and how much the rest of the globe was dependent on those economies being open for business and being healthy. You know, it takes us to today, despite 3 FDA-approved vaccines, you know, boosters approved, kids are approved, you know, we still have cases on the rise in many places, you know, and this is due to the Delta variant, now the most latest, this Omicron, which they just announced a couple of hours ago, has finally made its way to California. I don't know if you guys heard that this afternoon. The point of saying all this is the vast majority of this population is a long ways from, quote, the way it used to be. And I don't think it's going back to the way it used to be. I think we're entering a phase of a new normal. And looking back on 2020, I think it was so stunning to all of us that what was going on, that simply by surviving it and getting through it and rolling the calendar over to 2021 and having these vaccines, I think we felt like we just had to be in a, quote, better place. And I wish that were the case, and I think we're coming out of it. But like I said, we're a long ways, because look at 2021. Climate change brought, to this state alone, some of the worst and historical wildfires we've ever seen. We had civil unrest surrounding George Floyd across the entire country. We had the Me Too movement. We had an assault on our democracy that left us with a deeply divided electorate. And guess what, folks? COVID is still here, and it's still out there. So these are truly unprecedented global events. You can't make this shit up. There's an old saying that reminds me, there's too many clowns, not enough tents. It's just like there's just chaos out there, and we got to find our way through it. And there's an old saying that we use, is like, we have to learn to play the ball where it is, not where we want the ball to be. We all wish we could move the ball and change things and wish we could make it be some other way than it is, but it is where it is. And it's hard to underestimate all of this. And COVID, the collection of those three trifecta pieces of COVID, they either accelerated or greatly influenced all 12 of those points that I just pointed out. And this isn't a new idea. Many people have said this, but I think you need to think about COVID and the 2021 year that followed. That was an accelerant on a fire that was already lit, right? Now, the good news is whether it be for strategic reasons or for sheer economic realities, COVID provided all of us a lot of air cover, if you will, to retool our businesses in any way we thought possible to live to fight another day. And for the most part, our consumers continued to support us, and many of these changes were overdue. Other good news here, and pardon the pun, but no one is immune from the combined effects of this. Economically and strategically, it's affected all of us. It continues to affect all of us. There was no playbook. The truth is, there still ain't. And nothing but like hard-won ingenuity and on-the-job training is going to get us through this. But the good news is we are all in this together, and we will come out the other side of it. So where are we today? When I talked to Justin about this, about a title, it's like, 2021, what the fuck? It's kind of how it seemed. It's like, Jesus, I didn't know what else to think about it, But look, let's go back to point one, spirits. Spirits has continued to accelerate. I think that's largely driven by consumer preferences and large spirits guys diving into their own RTD branded products. And these spirits guys, I'll tell you, they're very bullish on the category, but they're also very bullish on themselves. Traditionally, they're much more aligned legislatively. They're more streamlined than beer and other parts of the beverage world through discus, as opposed to, you think about MBWA and the Beer Institute and the Brewers Association and all these local state guilds. That's a lot of people to get on the same page. And I think in many ways, the spirits guys feel like they have traditional beer on the ropes, and I don't think they're going to let up. I think that'll continue. Let's talk about traditional beer for a minute. That premium and sub-premium and light category, it continues to bleed off millions and millions of barrels. And for quite a few years, until just a couple years ago, a lot of that was going into craft. And now there's so many more offerings, and I think that's what caused that slowdown of craft. Jim Cook, one of the smartest people in the industry, referred to it as the leaky bucket. Years ago, it's like dripping out this bucket, and if I can just catch a cup full, that's enough to run my business. Well, now there's a lot of other cups under that bucket, right? Trying to catch that. And Bart Watson, another brilliant guy, he's an economist for the BA, he talked about this recently. So I'd like to attribute both of those guys. Those were not my ideas, but I agree with them wholeheartedly. We'll talk about more of the splintering of beverage when we talk about Better For You and RTD in a minute. But I just want to throw a couple of statistics at you that I heard at Ben Steinman's conference in New York last week. Premium beers like Bud, regular Bud, Coors Banquet, things like that, it's still just north of 25% of all the malt beverage in the U.S. today, but it's down almost 9% year to date. So all of those premium, sub-premium, and light brands are about 25% of the category, down 9%. In 2000, okay, Bud and Bud Light alone, just those two brands, were over 30% of all the malt beverage in the country. That just gives you some sense of that share shift in a couple of decades' time, and it's done nothing but accelerate. All right, let's talk about craft beer for a second. You know, the shutdown pretty much put a screeching halt to that 2-a-day opening business, and the vast majority of the nano brewers, you know, had once had kind of a golden model. You know, they owned their own on-premise, they did their own off-premise, they self-distributed, they had a very small footprint to operate in, and look how quickly the world threw them a curveball and turned that whole situation on its head. Whereas you take the larger crafts that had national footprints, that had kind of been struggling a little bit under the weight of 8,000 nano brewers, when those guys that had deep chain penetration and even deeper pockets to invest, they fare better than most people in COVID. And I think if any really good news has come out of all this, is I don't think anyone doubts, certainly not Arlington Capital and my coworkers and myself, that craft beer is going anywhere. Craft beer is, I think, is going to continue to be incredibly healthy. It's going to be largely driven by the expansion of the IPA category, which could be sessionable IPAs, low-cal IPAs, no alcohol IPAs, all IPAs. Craft lagers and the exploration of the NA category. I think most people think it's going to settle out to somewhere between maybe 15 to 18% of the national share of liquid. It's going to be higher in dollars than that, and it's going to skew much higher in certain regions of the country than that. But either way you cut it, craft is an absolutely significant and important part of total beverage, and it can't be ignored by anybody out there anymore. Whether you're in the seltzer business, wine business, spirits business, big guy, little guy, whatever, better pay attention to craft. The fourth point that we talked about was the infighting around the use of the word craft, and that largely seems to have waned. And I think a lot of the reason is because the BA, the Brewers Association, had largely been the ones leading that fight. And COVID, unfortunately, has been particularly unkind to them as they lost revenues over the Craft Brewers Conference and the World Beer Cup and the GABF, which led to a shakeup and things like that. And I don't want to see anybody's business suffer. I have a ton of respect for the BA and what they do. I have a lot of great friends who work there, friends that did work there, still work there. But this fighting over the word craft, folks, it's a fool's errand, okay? As my buddy Rob Klugman used to say, that's going to be a long walk down a real short pier. Because guess what? Craft, where does it live? It lives in the mind of the consumer. And it always has, and it always will. And a lot of ink has been spilled over that so much that it's almost become ubiquitous. There's craft burgers, there's craft sodas, and for fuck's sake, there's a real estate office in Fort Collins that's craft real estate. I don't know what the hell they mean by that, but when the realtors start saying it's craft, I'm out. All right, let's talk about cannabis for a minute. Real quickly, you guys know the shortest word spoken in Colorado these days? Here. All right. Many people, myself included, we thought it would be legal by now. I really did. I felt sure that once all three chambers of government went blue, that they would get it done. You know, you got to understand, it already had broad support across both aisles. It was the Republicans that got the Farm Bill passed in the first place that legalized hemp, which opened the door for CBD. It's certainly been passing when it goes to a public vote. It's very hard to get more than 51% of the people to agree on anything these days, but it has strong support at the ballot. It's a sustainable product to produce. Legalization further weakens a narco state on our southern border, and there's real science behind this stuff these days. It's not just CBDs, there's CBN, there's CBCs, and there's starting to be real science here. But most importantly to the politicians, and the part that's just shocked the hell out of me, frankly, is they want to do two things. They want to get reelected, and they want easy tax dollars. And there's broad public support for this, and there's certainly easy tax dollars there. So I honestly don't know why it hasn't happened yet. The only thing I can figure out is maybe Biden's decided that his short-term memory is bad enough already, and that we'll just print more money to pay our way out of the national deficit. But stay tuned on that one. Let's talk about distributor consolidation for a second. It absolutely continues at a torrid pace. There's been over 50 deals in 2 years. There's more to come. And this blurring of lines that I talked about across Bev-Alc is going to continue to fuel this. Most of these large distributors already sell Coke or Pepsi or Dr. Pepper or Snapple or kombuchas or NAs or things like that. And folks, this is purely a mathematical and logistical exercise for them. I don't have to tell you guys this, but the distributors aren't the ones out there selling your product. You guys are. The distributors are doing nothing but distributing your product. And, you know, as Harry Shoemaker pointed out long ago, all of these types of beverages, they're heavy. They're heavy. They're hard to transport. They take up weight. They take up space. They're high touch. They have to be rotated. They have to be merchandised. And trust me, they are going, you know, they're in there rotating and merchandising. All of these products are largely going into the same accounts. So they're going to find more ways to do this in a more effective and economical manner. So we're going to see more consolidation coming for sure. Relevant to you guys, particularly in the beer space, it could be your one chance to move distributors. So just pay attention to your local franchise laws. Let's talk about seltzer for a second. You know, seltzer was subjected to perhaps the greatest whiplash effect of all of the sectors of 2021. When you look at how we came into the beginning of the year and what people thought seltzer was going to do and how we're closing out the end of the year, it reminds me again of a quote Jim Cook said years ago when craft had just been growing at double digit every year. And Jim said, well, it can't continue or it would all be craft. And we know that's not going to happen. But I think at the beginning of the 2021, seltzer had come in so strong, everybody thought, what the hell is going on here, you know? And to quote Ben Steinman from Beer Marketers Insights again, he said that seltzer in 2021, it went from revolution to reset to retrench all in 10 months. Now, despite the slowdown, seltzer achieved almost the same share in 5 years that it took craft beer 30 years and 8,000 players to get to. And they got 4 brands that are still doing 90+% of the share volume there. So I think of seltzer in many ways as, and this is where they start to blur these lines, right? Seltzer to me was the first better for you category, better for you sector to become a relevant category all of its own. And the reason I say that is think about it from the consumer's point of view. A lot of people, they look at it as a replacement for a vodka soda. And they don't, if they want to tune it up, they're going to dump more vodka in it. And they're in control of the experience. But I think that's how the consumer thought about that. But it was a better for you and relevant to the younger consumers these days. It was a more convenient option for them. All they had to do is pop the top. As this category continues to mature, I think we're inevitably going to see diversification within it. I think we saw that with the company we represented earlier this year with Lone River Ranch Water out of Texas. For those of you who don't know, ranch water is traditionally a cocktail made in Texas with tequila, Topo Chico mineral water, and lime. And this company down there started making one that was malt-based with agave, but they don't own the trademark. It's like margarita or daiquiri. You can't trademark ranch water. Well, the thing took off and went to the moon, and inside of a year they had done a deal with Diageo, and now ABI with Carbach has a ranch water, and Dos Equis has a ranch water, and Molson Coors has done a deal with Topo Chico, and they're in the ranch water business. And I think that's indicative of this diversification across seltzer that we're going to continue to see. I think that's going to have a pretty long runway. Let's talk about better for you for a minute. This is just a fascinating trend to me because it is fundamentally different than a lot of other trends that have influenced beverage before. When you look back when cider took off, that was largely driven around a lot of ink being spilled about gluten-free, right? And 100 calories is 100 calories, and gluten-free is gluten-free, and zero sugar is zero sugar. Well, what the fuck is better for you? Better for you lives purely in the mind of the consumer, right? And that's why it is such a powerful and influential trend, and it's causing consumers to take beverage where they want it to go because they want it when they want it, how they want it. They want to know what it does for them, how it makes them feel, and that is a very much a qualitative function of that thought. It's not a quantitative thing, and it is alive and well in the mind of the consumer, and I would go so far as to say that it will have a broader impact across consumer packaged goods than any trend we've seen in a very long time. Let's talk about the 9th one with RTDs. Now, just as I wrote this, I said this is purely an industry term. And as soon as I said that, I'm having a drink with Chris Kramer last night, and I open up the menu, and right there before my eyes, it says ready to drink. It's the first time I've ever seen that printed on a menu. It's largely been a industry term. Like you go into a retailer and ask where the RTD section is, they look at you like they got 4 heads, you know. But you know, these brands, they don't quite fit the mold. And I talked about that before, and I'll use one as an example like Beatbox. Beatbox drinks like a party punch, but it's wine base. It goes from 5% to north of 10 or 11%, and the low end hits squarely in this better for you trim with 0 sugar, and the high end suits those consumers who don't give 2 shits about their health so long as the party doesn't end. It comes in a Tetra Pak, so it's sustainable, and because of that, a 4-case floor sits, and it takes up the space of an 11 by 17 sheet of paper on the floor. This is the type of crossover and cross-pollination of beverage that's really going to drive things in the next few years. A couple more, and I'm about out of time here. When you take better for you and RTD and put those things together, I think you see rapidly splintering, emerging categories and a lot of rising consumer excitement and engagement, and I think that creates opportunity. DTC, this is perhaps the biggest acceleration of any of these. It went from a nice to have to a necessity in most consumer households because of the COVID shutdown. Nowadays, you can literally have anything shipped to your house. We were at my house cooking Thanksgiving dinner. My wife ran out of an herb. My 4-year-old nephew sitting at the island, Aunt Pants, order it on Amazon. He's 4 years old, and he already knows that he can have it sent to his house on Amazon. This is not going away. So where is the consumer today? Over a decade ago, there was a lot of ink spilled over Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z, millennials, and what impact they were going to have on the world, the numbers of them. Today, we are seeing and living through that impact every day, and it's particularly relevant in something that's in their lives as much as beverage. Like I said, they want what they want, when they want, how they want it, and if we don't give it to them, you can bet your ass that someone else will, and a lot of us are getting churned in their wake. I'm almost there. That's right. All right. In summary, I am summarizing here, I promise. I think we're losing our ability to predictably and accurately forecast, okay? And when we can't forecast, we can't run our businesses. It affects everything from the ability to order, much less pay for raw materials, meet bank covenants, decide what markets to invest in. Do you hire people? Do you lay people off? And unfortunately, it's not getting any easier. Back to my earlier comments, there's no return to the old, folks. It's a brave new world out there. Winston Churchill said, never let a good crisis go to waste, okay? Now, I rarely use the word never, but I have truly never seen a more exciting time in beverage because the consumer is engaged in a way that they haven't been. They want to know what this product does for them. It creates tons of opportunity for us, and someone or something will fill those barrels that are being shed off into new categories, and we just have to retool and restructure our businesses. And I like to think about it through what I call the 3 I's. You got to have ingenuity, innovation, and investment, and you'll capture those opportunities. I'm personally very excited to see how the beverage community answers the bell here, but I can promise you that the opportunity is there for the taking. Thanks for listening.
Fucking rad.
Thanks.
Come on over.
3 minutes and 8 seconds left.
We got this. Most of it's just walking across the stage at this point.
Exactly,
you know?
yeah.
So we're seeing this blurring, and it's major companies, Monster looking at the space, Pepsi looking at the space, Coke looking at the space, and then we see Pepsi with its distribution. But where do you see this going? Like, not just with them, but are we going to see larger CPG looking to get in as well? Or is that already happening?
I think it's already happening. I think it's inevitable. To use the old analogy, they're not going to lose the battle for lack of shooting back, right? And they've been largely sidelined, and these NA and alcoholic categories have been firewalled from one another legislatively, regulatory speaking. And as the consumer starts to play across both segments more, and people that have traditionally drank alcohol or drinking lower and lower alcohol beverage, no alcohol beverages, it creates opportunity. And we're a capitalistic country, and they're not going to lose out on those dollars. I think it's already happening, and you'll see it continue to accelerate.
Well, we've got an audience question here too. There's many international companies making U.S. acquisitions. Are you aware of any U.S. companies making M&A moves outside of the U.S.? Feels like many of our larger craft companies are getting sold to non-U.S. companies, or that's just the news we see?
I think it's probably just the news that we see. I think Lion, as we were working on the Bell's transaction, they announced another deal that they had done over in Australia. We closed a deal over in India not too long ago. So I think it's happening. Again, we're about to open an office in the EU and have a guy there, and we think there's going to be a lot of activity there. I think it's absolutely a global thing, and the trends that are being set here are going to spread across the globe. So I think we'll see more of it. It certainly hasn't been as prevalent as it is here because we're the largest and most profitable beverage market in the world, therefore one of the, if not the most influential. So we've probably seen more activity here, but we'll see more abroad as well.
One last question.
Sure.
Ball has instituted these higher minimums for cans. What's your expectation for how that's going to change this landscape?
You know, that, to be quite honest with you, I don't try and bullshit my way through things. I don't really know. You know, I think we had a lot of external factors influencing our supply chain, and when on-premise shut down and all that keg volume, you got to remember, for 21 straight weeks, total beverage alcohol grew after the shutdown, with on-premise completely closed down. Well, most of those were going through cans and large pack sizes, and I think we're just seeing the ripple effect of that. But I don't really know where it will shake out. I hear most people, you know, did everything they could to scramble to get the volume that they needed, and now they don't need as much as they did.
Yeah.
So I think we're in for a few more unsettled times as we pull through this.
Well, I think a lot of people try to lay claim to the most interesting man, and I think you might have a good claim on that. So thanks for doing this, JB.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me. Yeah.
We're going to turn it over to Jess.
Hi. Okay, so really fascinating conversation we have next up. Slow Brew began its life as a brew pub on California's Central Coast in 1988, eventually expanding into distribution and gaining national acclaim as the 2001 Brew Pub of the Year at GABF, but it's lived many, many lives since then. In addition to this year, the company made headlines when it sold its Cali Squeeze brand of fruited beers and hard seltzers to Firestone Walker. So here to talk all about the company's journey from brew pub to brand incubator are Hamish Marshall and Rodney Sigelski. What will I be drinking? Oh my God, what a day. I'm going to go with this. Tio Rodrigo Margarita Pina Seltzer de Agave. After, I mean, I feel like JB lined this up perfectly for us because talking about blurring of the lines, you guys do a little bit of everything. So we'll kind of get into that. But first, let's kind of go over like a little bit of your journey. I mean, Slow Brew came into its current iteration between your love for creating and building brands and understanding that a company of your size can only bring a brand so far. So what made you guys realize that this was as big as you were willing to get? And I'm asking this because I think it is really astute and a very self-aware way of being. And a lot of people don't come to this realization until it's too late.
You want me to take a crack?
You take a crack at it.
I think Rod and I, we got into this 10 years ago together as best mates and thought we'd sort of have a midlife crisis and start brewing beer because it sounds super fun to own your own pub. And that grew into a pretty sizable business for us on the Central Coast, and we built a new brew pub with hotel rooms above it. We built a 35,000 square foot brewery, and I think we ended up going all in, and we took everything from our previous lives, and we're like, oh shit, this is not where we thought we'd end up. And so we had, I think we came to the realization that, hey, we don't want to take on any more risk, and we don't want to raise money. So we're lucky enough to have each other as partners. We're 50-50. Everything we put in is ours, and there's just a certain risk threshold. And as you grow, and as we've heard for the last 2 days, it's super expensive to build brands, and it takes a lot of commitment. And I think we just realised that we have that threshold, and that's where we're going to sit.
Yeah, I think the only thing I might add is that
as we grew this, and it was new for us, we're not passionate beer makers, we're passionate brand builders, and we love Slow Brew. It's a dear brand to us. It's one of the oldest beer brands in California, and we wanted to, resurrect it. And when we did that, we did realize quickly on that we were going to have to create more of a house of brands than a branded house. And the house of brands, what it meant is that we could use some of the assets we have. We have beautiful wine country, and we have a partner that we decided to make some porch pounder wine with, canned wine. Let's go. And then, well, what else can we develop? Oh, well, let's make our Cali Squeeze. We'll pull that apart. We'll make it its own brand so that we don't have to be just under Slow Brew. But we kept it in mind from the very early set that there's certain goals and there's certain points that we need to hit, because we really did, we intend to make money, and being a craft brewer is not easy to get to break even. It's a lot of stainless steel, and it's a lot of work. And
a lot of people.
We entered with zero distribution, zero partners, but thank God today where we sit is, roughly 3.5, maybe 4 years later, with a great set of distribution partners. We have great retail partners, and we've just worked really closely with them to build these brands with the intent, clearly, to incubate them.
Now, you guys obviously didn't originate Slow Brew. When did you come into the brand?
We came to the brand about 10 years ago.
Okay,
we came through by buying the pub downtown.
And having a midlife crisis.
Yep.
Nice. Very expensive midlife crisis. But look at you now. So, we've talked about how these brands are like your children, and you raise them to a point where it's time to spread their wings and fly, basically like sending your kid off to college. What's the hardest part about letting go?
Letting go.
Honestly, I'm really proud. We sat and watched David's presentation and incorporating Cali Squeeze, and I'm super excited. I think he's going to blow doors with it. It's going to be awesome, and I think it's just like watching your kid grow up. It's still part of our DNA, but we love to see the direction it's going, and we know that it's in good hands. And finding good partners like David, who's been a good counsel, good friend, and we've had lots of good counsel and lots of good friends in this industry.
But I think the hardest part is knowing when the time is exactly right.
That's literally my next question.
Yeah, and so it's like anything. If you're building, for us, if we're incubating these brands and trying to find the right partners to hand them on to, when is, at what barrelage, at what distribution. We had some interesting conversations with a few of our distributors over the last few days, and I think definitely on the next go around we will utilize their opinion more so as well. But we have a threshold on barrelage that we like to get to. We have a certain velocity that we like to see, and then if we reach those goals, then we sit down and we start looking.
Mm-hmm. So, I know you previously had a friendship with David and Firestone Walker, so you knew them and you could trust them. But, how else do you consider whether or not a buyer would be a good steward for the brand? What do you look at?
I think we've been lucky enough to surround ourselves with some pretty good people. We've got a great board of directors, and we've got an advisor to the board, Simon Thorpe, which a lot of the people here are very familiar with. And
JB gave us advice.
JB, we really have been lucky. A lot of it through David Walker, by the way. He really helped us out a lot with introductions. And I think the more questions you ask, and that's the thing you have to do. Rod's renowned for it. He actually asks too many questions. But you always ask the question, open another door, and get the advice.
How often is your phone ringing?
For what?
Buyers for brands. Telemarketers. Your car's warranty? I don't know.
Not that much. Okay. I think it was an interesting sale that happened. I think it definitely put us so-called on the map as incubators of brands, because it's a little unusual for the industry. And we have a lot more contacts out there than we did before.
Awesome. And everybody in the audience, if you got questions for these guys, shoot a text to 818-699-0760, and we will get those answered. But, obviously, Cali Squeeze to Firestone Walker earlier this year, April, is definitely the highest profile transaction you've made so far. And we kind of just trod this ground a little bit that, you know them and you have a relationship with them. But what about them made them such an ideal partner?
Oh, well, I think it may not have been them, but we were already positioned to
look for a transaction. You know, we use the help of Simon Thorpe, who's well known in the industry, and Adam Lambert, who's on our team. And these guys really helped us pick, you know, who are our potentials. But it was a tactic. It was clear we were going to look to sell the brand Cali Squeeze. And how we did it is really, it's wonderful that it happened with David, because David always had interest and was always a friend, and you could see. But you know, that was a big transaction for them.
Yeah, I mean, like children, you send them off to, like we use the analogy, sending them off to college. We want to see the brands thrive, and I think we've heard so much in the last 2 days of disruption in the industry, and so it is finding that partnership that really loves the brand. David said something to me the other day. It was super funny, and he goes, "Hey, you know, I just want to tell you, I always loved Cali Squeeze, but I could never fall in love with it until I had it. And now I've really fallen in love with it." And it was super cool. You know, it was like he loves that brand. And so he's going to be a great brand ambassador, that he and the company, and I think that, you know, he heard yesterday, the crew loves it, which is brilliant.
That's awesome. Now, did Cali Squeeze launch with the hard seltzer, or was it only fruited Hefeweizens to start?
It was only fruit.
Right,
Fruited
cool,
Hef.
cool,
Yep.
cool.
Seltzers came on when, Rod? About
just this year.
Yeah, I mean, really, probably when we started speaking to David.
Yep.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, literally, I mean, we just launched them as he came on, but he was purely looking at it for the Hef base.
I remember asking when it was announced, like, so
Yeah.
what does this mean? They make a hard seltzer, and it was very much like, oh, we're not going to worry about that right now. But like, why
We
would
asked
you not?
We asked to keep that, and he said no.
Oh, really? Interesting. Now, I know they made a few tweaks to the packaging and the flavors in the lineup. How did you feel about that?
Wasn't that big of a tweak.
Yeah.
Looks pretty much the same.
Cool.
Yeah, but yeah, we were protective of it for sure.
Awesome. You know, with other brands, like what benchmarks do you follow in the process of raising a brand from inception to sale? Like, are there certain like marks that need to be hit by certain amounts of time to know you're on the right track?
I think if we're like trying to give any advice or like direction, it's, you know, one, you really want to start with a great mission statement. Ours is to handcraft the slow experience by brewing up epic spirits in good times. We did that 10 years ago, knowing that we were going to make more than just beer. And, you know, JB brought it up too, is that, you know, we saw ourselves having a big kitchen, and we needed to maximize that kitchen. And as you know, as the cost of doing this, you have to do it quickly. You know, our distillery everything just keeps evolving, and those brands, that's what drives all of that direction.
But the benchmarks that it takes to get there, you know, again, we sit down and we will look at a brand. I mean, I think Cali Squeeze was 3 years ago or something like that. So, you know, we looked at it and we put it out in market. And it's almost like a test case. Is it going to, you know, it goes into our tap room, then goes out into market, and we know probably within about 9 to 12 months whether it's getting pulled. You know, is it pulling through? And if it's pulling through, in Cali Squeeze's instance, you know, we did a whole rebrand of it. We're Stranger and Stranger, and Kevin sits on our board. Phenomenal branding company, and then we normally do a rebrand of that, and then we put a fair bit of effort behind it to try and get to a certain barrelage and velocity. And you should have a sip, because that's super good.
Right? I mean, I feel like it's just been sitting here for too long.
And I'm going to do that too.
It's not all right.
Yep. Cheers.
Cheers.
Yep.
Thanks. So, what do you do when a brand isn't progressing as much or as quickly as you would like?
Cry.
Kill it.
I wish we did kill them, but
oh, we do. They
we
survive,
take
but
time.
we really take them to a moment like, say, our slow hots are really pretty beer. It's doing really well at retail. But if we ever expect to sell it, we're going to have to move that away from a slow hot. We can't sell a slow hot, slow beer. But we'll come up with another name. But we'll rebrand it. But we already know that the juice is good. And that's the number one thing we absolutely do is when we're innovating, everything has to be the best that we can make it. It's not about price for us. It's about following trends, being that fast little jet ski moving around these bigger boats, and really focusing on the opportunities, because we don't need to win, 10% of anything. We don't barely need to win maybe 1% of something. Seltzers, our local seltzers, the Tias that we're launching right now, they're delicious, but we made sure that they're different in so many ways, from alcohol to cloudy to hazy to, we have to differentiate or die.
So I'm glad you brought all that up. There's so many trends across beverage alcohol. How do you select a segment you want to play in?
we just play in all of them. I mean, literally, we have a love for alcohol, and that is it's a tough question. It's we are playing in literally most areas right now, and then we pick our front runners to put money and efforts behind, and really drive one or two brands at a time.
But they need good story, they need good foundation, and we need to believe it. I mean, we have a robust facility, restaurant, tasting rooms, and we get the feedback from people quickly. When Cali Squeeze walked out the door in the glass, it was pink and hazy and beautiful, and we thought maybe it's just going to be a girl beer, but everyone drank it, everyone loves it, and then it's like, wow, that's catching fire. We see that with our pink lemonade right now. We like the color. Color is a big deal. Our seltzers have those people who drink with their eyes first.
I mean, you got to do it for the gram.
Yeah.
That's like basically all we're doing at this point.
Yeah.
Just kidding. That was bad. How many brands can you reasonably work on at a time?
I think that's probably one of the most difficult things we have, and we get
frustrate a lot of people.
We frustrate employees. We frustrate.
How many employees?
We have about 140 between the company, tap room, brewery, etc. But our main team is probably between the brewery and the office about 50 people, 60 people. But it's the board gets frustrated by it, and I think we probably sit down monthly and quarterly and try and remind ourselves to be focused. And we are running probably 4 real brands. We have the House of Brands, which is Slow Brew. We have Roddenham and Slow Stills, which is its own brand. Tio's, which is essentially its own brand, and then we have the beers underneath Slow Brew. So it's a lot. Yeah, and Porch Pounder, our wine brand.
I personally think it's just difficult that certain brands get extended, and it's how quickly you want to extend them because you're really taking risks. But if we start it with like maybe a major retailer first who chooses to back us, and I think that's a really good way for a lot of breweries to attack things, is to pick a format and pick a customer, not so much the consumer. The consumer will come. We make stuff for the consumer all the time, so we know it's good. But if you know that your customer, Amy at Bevmo has been a wonderful supporter of our brand. If I ask her first and she says, oh, yes, let's definitely do that. Cinco de Mayo, we'll run that. Let's go. That's a big deal because that just gives us the security to know that we can launch and not fail.
Mm-hmm. And Amy is so great.
Yeah.
So let's talk about Tio Rodrigo. Launched as a line of craft beer micheladas. Am I saying that right?
Micheladas.
Sorry. We had a michelada bar at my bridal shower, and I think I was the only person who partook, but I was happy about it. You expanded to hard seltzer margaritas this fall. These are both segments that larger brewers are either testing or launching in the next year. So how do you make the brand stand out at retail?
Again, I think you have to partner with your big retail chains that like it. I mean, we are doing a flavored lager under Tio. We're doing the michelada and so you have a chelada, michelada, and the margarita. And you kind of throw it up against the wall. I mean, you could spend a lot of time and money and efforts, but we live in a small part of the world. We don't have the population. We have to get out to distribution in California.
But a lot of it is branding.
Yeah.
I mean, we spend a lot on branding. Once we say we're going to go with a brand, we spend a lot. And Tio's, Tio's is an interesting brand because we've had some false starts with that brand over the last 2.5 years between formulation of liquid and re-fermentation.
Well, it's not easy to put tomato juice in beer.
No, it's crazy. And so we went through that whole thing. We went into the wrong pack size, and so really this year for us, we've expanded the SKUs. We're in the right pack size. The juice is awesome, and we really are, one of the only craft micheladas on the market, and with the line extensions into the margarita seltzers, which is really on the RTD side more so than the seltzer side.
Will you do anything spirit-based under the Tio flag?
I personally don't want to. We already are working on we are launching our RTD Rod and Hammers, all bourbon and whiskey-based spirits. That's launching this month, just in a small area. I also am a big fan of just testing with your best 10 customers. And as long as you got a label machine, you can pump out some stuff. But that's an interesting area for us, but the taxes are making that very complicated. And we don't want to be, we're bold, true, and authentic. We don't want to be selling OXO or making a malt liquor for someone and faking them out that it's real spirit. This will be real spirit. But, you really have to pay for it, unfortunately.
Yeah. Got a bunch of great audience questions that I'm going to run through. So you mentioned beer, seltzer, wine, and whiskey products that you are currently making. What brands do you have now that you are most excited about post Cali Squeeze?
We both have different answers to that.
Yeah, we both arm wrestle. Well, I think I love Tio's. I think the Rod and Hammers is a little bit longer play for us. It doesn't have the timeline, and our names are on it. Hamish's nickname is Hammer, and so we really love that, and it's really a fun industry that we're kind of learning about. But Tio's for sure is the one that is driving our business right now, and we have our love and passion for just slow brew itself, which is it's our core.
But definitely, we're putting our efforts truly behind Tio's and Rod and Hammers right now.
Awesome. What is your ideal on-premise partnership outside of your own brew pub?
You want to answer that, or you want me to?
Well, we have great vendors. I mean, with supplier vendors, you have to talk in cans and that, but we've made great relationships to make sure that we do have product and you can supply product. But again, for us, it's about. We are lucky that we're both very active people in our community. We love our brew pub. We love our distillery. We like meeting everyone and sharing all of that, their advice, what they enjoy drinking, and so we make that experience happen. And then it feeds to our buyers. And the buyers are really, to me, where everything goes. And your distribution partners who can give you good sounding boards.
Yeah, I mean, it literally is a full circle. Yeah. I mean, it starts at home. It means a great distribution partnership, which is that's probably the hardest thing to do in this whole industry is get a good distribution partnership. And then once you get that, the chain partnerships, et cetera, and it rolls down, hopefully to happy buyers.
Mm-hmm. So when you're out selling and you're obviously talking to retailers, I'm specifically thinking of on-premise.
Yep.
Do you target by brand family? Do you try to find retail partners that would make sense to take most of your
on premise or off? On.
Did I say off?
No, I just wanted to make sure. I think on premise, to be honest, we're struggling with that a little bit as far as we have a crew of salespeople who are selling malt beverages, right? And now we throw a spirit-based. We have our bourbon, our rye. And they're two different sales. So we are struggling with that one right now. We just met with it last week. Do we now go ahead and build a different sales force specifically for the distillery? Which that's something that we're looking at doing.
Interesting.
Yep.
Well, sometimes different buyers. Usually beer and wine versus. We get a lot of that. If you're going to make an OXO-based seltzer out of Tio, and you get to talk to the Walmart wine buyer instead of the beer buyer, it's you might have a different opportunity. But I'm a big fan of checking all the doors because again, we have a kitchen. We can mix anything we want. If it's OXO and wine, if it's malt beverage, if it's beer, if it's I want to make a we have lots of things we want to make. So then it goes back to just making sure that we have those relationships and they can help us stay on trend.
Couple more minutes if you want to get some questions in. 818-699-0760. Another great audience question. What's the next big brand you are looking to position to sell?
I think the one that has the best trajectory over the next year and a half. We have about an 18 to 24 month timeline in our head.
Yeah.
And we work that out. I mean, we think through it. It's not like it's just like, hey, throw it about you. We see it. And once the IRI data starts saying that it's doing what we think it should, and we're supporting it appropriately, then we'll position for that.
Yeah, and I think we're definitely pushing to again putting efforts behind TOs. And again, they don't necessarily have to be sold at the end of the day. I mean, we are incubating good brands. That is definitely a goal at the end of the day. But I think it also depends on resources that you have internally and externally to be able to deal with it, which goes back to your first question. I mean, you pick a level that you can deal with financially, even emotionally, and physically, as far as space goes. So, and the disruption in this alcohol world right now, you can brew nearly 3 times more seltzer in the same space as you can beer. So, our facility was a 25,000 barrel, brewery. Well, this year we will do 48,000 barrels of liquid out of the brewery. And that's a huge change for that brewery. We never pegged to do that, but the change in seltzer created that tick up.
Yeah, and it's not really our goal to grow manufacturing. There's a lot of people that manufacture product really well, and we've found good partners that help us, but we want to manufacture it first and get it to, grow it as quickly and as, I think, tactically as we can. And then we have great staff that uses our other resources.
So with Cali Squeeze now out the door, do you have any plans to start another, traditional fruit-forward hard seltzer brand? Or are we just rolling with Tio as our seltzer?
Well, the Tio's Margarita Seltzer is the one that we've just released, and it's fruit. It is absolutely fruit forward. It's it's not the Cali Squeeze. Again, it's sitting more on the RTD side of a real margarita and trying to make it, super good.
Yeah, and I think our Sloha, which is taking off very well in especially in our local market, that's fruited IPA. It's on trend. You're hearing the trends, and we're going to follow the trends and try to get produce that in time.
So, how important is 19.2 in your strategy?
I think it's a big deal.
Yeah.
I think you heard about a lot of it this week. It's a big deal.
Yeah, you talk about, we talked about being in the wrong pack size. We hurt the Tio's brand this year because we weren't in the right pack size. We should have been in 19.2s. Michelada, 85% of the market is all large format.
Interesting.
Yep.
Interesting. Cool. An audience question that you might get mad at me for, but who is your favorite employee?
Charlie, you didn't.
Charlie, get out of here.
Jesus.
Yeah.
They're all our favorite. They're like children.
No, we have a wonderful family of team and employees. They're awesome.
So, what about the culture at Slow Brew that makes the team so successful?
It's bitchin'.
Wow.
No,
time machine to the
Yeah, it's my favorite word.
I brought the hair.
We're a big family. Literally everyone has fun. We vest. We try to make them our partners. Some are vested in the company, and they own it. It's their place, and we all spend 60-70% of our life there, so it better be good.
So you better enjoy being together.
I think it's a perfect place to leave it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. Well, thanks, guys. Cheers.
Cheers. Thanks for having us.
Yep. Thanks for having us. For sure.
All right. Well, it's 2 minutes back. I'm going to toss it back to Justin.
Thank you.
Do you want some?
I'll take 2 extra minutes. So, Foxtrot is creating a chain of data-driven convenience stores of the future. The upscale corner stores offer 30-minute delivery of products, including beer and other Bev Alc products, as well as an in-store cafe experience where consumers can hang out and drink draft beer and wine. The chain is already in Chicago, Dallas, and Washington, D.C., but the company plans to expand to build 50 stores over the next 2 years. And beer and Bev Alc sales are a big part of Foxtrot's strategy. So here today to discuss is co-founder Mike Lavatola. Come on down. Thanks for being here, man. So I think the obvious first question is, how bitchin' is the culture at Foxtrot?
I thought it was pretty bitchin', but after that, I'm not sure.
You never know. So how much of Foxtrot's business comes from alcohol sales, and in particular beer?
Yeah, so alcohol in general is about 40%, and beer overall is about 10 to 15, depending on each store.
So there's a lot of opportunity here.
Absolutely.
So who are the types of partners that you're looking who are the suppliers you're looking to partner with or bring into your stores?
Yeah, so, Foxtrot all started, I was a lot younger and a lot cooler. And, there was so much interesting, things happening in Chicago, right? So many great breweries, so many things happening. And, I was a type of consumer who knew that I should be into craft beer, and there's all these sort of, great makers out there, but wasn't quite sure where exactly to turn to. What's great, what's not great. And so, part of the founding of Foxtrot was to, be a retailer for these, sort of next generation of brands, and to also be, somewhat of a curator and a filter on, where people should be spending their time.
So tell me a little bit about that process of taking on suppliers, go a little deeper there. You've got somebody that's very well experienced that's pulling the suppliers in.
Yeah, absolutely. So Dylan is our beverage director. He was one of the early brewers at Pipeworks and actually runs his own brewery on the side, which is a lot of fun. So he knows our brewery partners on a first name basis, is spending a ton of time with them, doing all of the kind of tastings. And I think what customers look to us for is again, that sort of validation of like being on the shelf, right? And so, Dylan's job and his sort of team's job is to go, know everyone, meet with everyone, and make sure that the SKUs that eventually make it on the shelves are kind of the best of the best, so that it gives, confidence to a buyer who might be trying a new brewery for the first time or a new style for the first time, that even though they might not know about this, specific SKU, it's one that we really stand behind.
So we've got our text line. Just a reminder, if you have questions for Mike, it's 818-699-0760. Mike, for the suppliers out there who want to know, like, what are the secrets to getting in your stores?
Yeah, so first one is it has to taste amazing, right? I mean, it sounds basic, but like everything starts with tastings and blind tastings, either Dylan out there or us in the office. And then, like anything that we're adding now is taking shelf space away from something that's previously there, right? And so it has to have a point of view, it has to fit, and it has to fit niche. I will say, the thing that we spend a lot of time on and try to stay true to is, being either the first retailer for a lot of new and emerging brands, or, wanting to be the shelf space that, sort of all the best brewers and other, alcohol providers want to be at. So we are very open and receptive to sort of everything new happening out there. Then it comes down to, taste, packaging of course, and sort of like why should it be there versus something else.
How much of your Bev Alc selection cycles in and out in a given month?
So in a given month, I'd say it's about 20%. In a given season, it's about 40%. So, of course, we've got mainstays that are always going to be there, both on the national and on the local craft side. But, the customers coming to us for those kind of weekly drops or bi-weekly drops really drive the business.
We mentioned you've got 30-minute delivery. How much of that, what percentage is Bev Alc?
Yeah, so when we started, we had no stores. It was all under an hour delivery, now under 30-minute delivery. And the online side of the business actually skews higher than the retail side of the business. So online, about 50% of our sales are alcohol, and about 25% of that is beer.
And you're opening up 50 stores. So where are you looking to open those stores?
Yeah, so we're in Chicago, Dallas, and DC right now. And so there's more locations coming to each one of those markets. We are, then sort of going with a regional play, right? So getting some additional cities open in the Northeast, and the same can be said for Texas. Then after being here for the past week and landing from cold, gray Chicago, LA might need to be on the map as well.
Yeah, fast track it. So for the suppliers out there who want to know how to get in touch with you all and that are in those cities that you're considering, how should they do that?
Yeah, so you can email me, Mike, at the website. Dylan runs our beverage program. We are pretty active as we get into new markets. 6 to 8 months before we launch, we're sort of in market meeting with our folks. So like I said, we're pretty receptive to inbounds because that's where all the great stuff comes from. And then, after that, it's just kind of getting through the taste test.
A reminder that the text line is open, 818-699-0760. Audience question for you. What beer categories or subcategories are you most excited about within Foxtrot locations going into 2022?
Yeah, we have seen a pretty big shift kind of back to just great lagers, which is sort of interesting, right? I mean, there was sort of the whole hazy period and then IPAs and DIPAs, but we're seeing our kind of customer come back for a lot of these great, easy drinking, don't have to think about it too much lagers that some of the local craft breweries are putting out. So, not the craziest, most exciting category, but when we look at sales, that's what's, really starting to pop.
How about some of the other segments that are out there and that we know have driven growth this year. We saw Danelle's presentation this morning, a lot of non-alcoholic beer driving growth. There's, of course, hazies. But what are you seeing in your stores?
Yeah, so non-alcoholic's been a huge thing for us. I mean, even me personally. So, brands like Athletic obviously have done really well and have resonated with customers in a really strong way, right? So, I think a lot of what we're hearing this week is, it's not just to cater to people who don't drink, but to people who drink in different occasions. So, non-alcoholic, both on the beer side and then sort of in the aperitif and spirit side, has been doing really well. And then, we're starting to see a shift away from seltzer and much more into RTD. So that's a category that's up 250% for us over the last 12 months. Part of that's due to sort of increased SKU count, but there's a lot of innovation happening there and a lot of flight to quality, I think, which our customers are really looking for, right? So less kind of, flavored malt sugar water and more, interesting takes on flavor profiles, quality of ingredients, and, kind of spanning the spectrum across different spirits.
We've seen Zoe did a great job interviewing a lot of the beyond beverage companies or beyond beer companies out there that are making waves. Are there any emerging beer adjacent products that Foxtrot is keeping its eye on in those spaces?
Still on the beverage side?
Yeah, still on the beverage side.
Yeah, the sort of, I don't know what the right word for it is, but the non-alcoholic aperitifs of the world, right? So the Gias, for example, those have done really, really well for us. They're healthy price points, and what we see, the advantage for us of having both the stores in the online business is that most of the customers in store are paying with their app, and so we're able to understand sort of what they shop for in store, what they shop for online, and ultimately we're pretty good at driving trial of product, right? So there's all this new stuff happening out there, beautiful packaging, we can drive trial, but the only thing that matters is if they come back and buy that second, third, fourth time. And again, non-alcoholic we're seeing over-index on those trends.
What are your top beer category selling products?
In terms of?
Whether it's traditional beer, hard seltzer.
Oh, yeah. So, local craft is still far and away number one. We do sell, the sort of, biggest national brands, but those only represent about 10% of our sales. So local craft is, by far the bulk of the business. Seltzer is second, and then RTDs were a distant third, but that's really coming up. And as we kind of project that over the next 18 months, I would not be surprised if sort of beer, seltzer, and RTDs were looking a lot more like a third than they have in the past.
So that leads to another audience question. Does Foxtrot carry high proof spirits? If not, are there plans to add that to your mix?
Yeah, we absolutely do. So it depends on geography. But in Chicago, for example, where we have the biggest presence, we absolutely do.
Yeah. I want to touch on some of the headwinds that are out there, and we've heard from a lot of the major companies that they're all expecting price increases this year. What's that going to do to the product within your stores? Are you expecting price increases in the beer category?
We are. We haven't heard of anything too extreme so far, but for sort of all the obvious reasons that have been talked about this week, beer and nearly everything else in the store, unfortunately.
Yeah. The other headwind that's kind of recent is the Ball minimum order quantity increase for printed cans, and you talked about how big a part of your sales craft beer is. We had the question posed to Mary earlier this morning from Whole Foods. Same question to you. How do you expect that to potentially affect your shelf sets? And I know this is kind of hypothetical at this point, but what's sort of the trickle down for you?
Yeah, we'll have to see. What I can say is, we are really committed to local. When you think about, Foxtrot entering your city or your neighborhood, we spent so much time finding the right building in the right neighborhood and, creating this sort of vibe and really doing things the hard way. And so not just beer and alcohol, but across all categories, we are, committed to working with local makers to get their product on the shelf, right? So if that means it makes more sense, to do it on draft, like for our nighttime program versus cans, then that's something that we'll do. But that is really the lifeblood of the company, and I think why customers come to us. So we're happy to put in the work to figure it out.
So if you're like me and if you're like Jess is a Wawa person. I'm a Casey's person because I'm from Iowa. So tell me what the consumer shopping experience is like in a Foxtrot, and who is your typical customer profile?
Yeah, so the best way to think about us is a sort of convenience store, but hopefully like a largely upgraded one. So the shops kind of transition throughout the day, right? So we open them up, they're about 3,000 to 4,000 square feet. In the morning, they start off really as like a coffee shop, kind of transition into cafe midday, and then at night it's all about the market, right? So we've got 50, 60 SKUs of beer, we've got 120 of wine, and also about 50 seats in every shop, right? So that kind of coffee bar in the morning then turns into the bar at night. So it's sort of this interesting way that people can try stuff that is hyper local at a cheaper price point in an environment that's just like a lot more sort of like low key.
We've seen some companies and some convenience stores do their own collaboration beers. Is that something that's on the table for Foxtrot?
Oh yeah, it's a ton of fun. Like that's the fun part, right? So we've done cool stuff like with Mars Brewing, for example, out of Chicago. So that's the stuff, and we've done it on the wine side and now spirit side as well. So as an example, our top selling product over the past 3 or 4 weeks has been this espresso martini that we created. So as I mentioned, the stores are really sort of coffee shops in the morning, and we work with a local roaster called Metric in Chicago. We also have our own private label vodka that we bottle with CH Distillery in Chicago. Combine those two things into this delicious RTD kind of beverage. So like those local partnerships, besides being a ton of fun to work on, are the things that we want to be filling our shelves with.
Another audience question for you. How frequently do you adjust your assortment and space allocation of categories?
Of categories overall, it's every 3 months or so. It's dynamic, right? And we're also like opening up a lot of stores. So our original stores were 1,500 to 2,000 square feet. The newer ones we're opening are more like 4,000, and we're getting data back in real time all the time. We're like, what's working online, what's working in store. So we, especially at this phase of the company, want to be really nimble and adaptive to what we're seeing customers respond to.
We've got about 8 minutes to go here. If you have questions, 818-699-0760 is the text line. So let's go to, you also offer shipping of curated gift boxes anywhere. Do you do any Bev Alc products in those? Is gifting a part? We know that it is for Drizzly. It's a big business. How about you?
Yeah, so locally it certainly is, right? And that wasn't a use case that we intended early on, but we found people like unsurprisingly love giving alcohol as a gift. So on the local side, on the under 30-minute side, that drives about 15% of our business. So certainly wine, but it's those local collaborations. Then beer does represent a part of that. On the national side, we're working through some things now, and actually I think it's launching the next week or two, of more of a national shipping program. First starting with wine, but the intention is to do that much broader.
Nice. You also run an up-and-comers program for small food and beverage companies. How do Bev Alc producers fit within that program?
Yeah, so that's an extension of things we've been doing all along, but it was a way to kind of formalize it and really cast the net wider. So as I mentioned, we started Foxtrot recognizing kind of, hey, there's so much cool stuff going on in Chicago at the time, across the food and beverage landscape. So certainly in craft beer, but really everywhere. And we wanted to be able to say yes to the best product, bar none, right? So folks who don't have distribution set up, folks who might not even have their packaging right yet, like we wanted to be able to work with brands at the earliest stage. And so the Up and Comers program is our way of formalizing that. And so, we have certainly gotten some craft brewers reaching out that way, but it's really mostly on the RTD side and on the non-alcoholic side.
Another audience question here. What does Foxtrot think about CBD beverages? Are they willing to play in the space despite regulatory uncertainty?
Yeah, this was just a thing last week. We do, and we sell a heck of a lot of them. I mean, customers want them. Their productivity on the shelf is like pretty staggering. And so, for now, we work with them because customers seem to like them.
Well, and that leads to another question that is just one word: cannabis.
We deal with so many laws. Like we are very interested in getting into those spaces, but between on-premise, off-premise, beer, wine, shipping, all the CBD, there's like so many things going on. So I feel like once we feel like we got our kind of current offering under wraps, then that's a nice logical extension.
So let's switch this up a little bit. We mentioned that you're going into a lot of new markets. So where do you begin in your process of selecting a neighborhood for a Foxtrot?
Yeah, so first, it's a ton of time on the ground, right? So, it's like, probably 2 years out from when we actually opened. So we're like, typically going to markets, especially at this stage of the company, where we've either lived or know well, or we have lots of friends and family or investors or whatever. And so we just go there for, like a week or two at a time, spend time going to the interesting restaurants, going to the interesting breweries, kind of like popping around town, because honestly, that's the best way to form an opinion about, kind of anything, right? If you go in and just have brokers take you on a tour, like, that's the quickest recipe for being in a line of like, generic millennial brands that like looks cool, but like people in the community don't, totally care about. So, like there's, like of course we have a great analytics team and we run all the demographic data, but at the end of the day, it's like all about feel, and you just got to spend a ton of time on the ground to like get those first few right.
And so, craft beer is one way of being a part of that community, but how do you make sure that Foxtrot is, being a part of the communities that you do go into?
Yeah, so again, it's investing like time and talent on the ground, making it happen, right? So, Dylan, our beverage buyer, but then he's got a team, same thing on our merchandising side. I'm there. And so it's just spending a lot of time in the markets, hanging out with people, like once you become friendly and, kind of get excited about products, they'll introduce you to their friends. So, there's like no way to over optimize it. There's no spreadsheet that's going to work. Like you just got to put in time, make authentic relationships and hope that gets you pretty far.
So when you look at your assortment for 2022 and the new products you've been pitched on, what are some of the ones that you're most excited to see come to market? What are the style trends, that you see playing out that you're excited about?
Yeah, so it's some of the things that we talked about, right? So, on the craft beer side, it's really easy drinking, delicious beers. Like I think there's a bit of fatigue, at least from our customer anyway, on some of the heavier, like high alcohol styles. And could just be that people are still cooped up and want to be able to have more than a couple. So on the craft beer side, that's really been something that's been emerging over the past kind of couple weeks. And then again, RTD, which I know is a big, broad category, but that's where we're seeing really all the innovation happen. And productivity of the items that hit, like really, really hit. And it's a great way to infuse local too, right? So our most productive SKU for a couple weeks during the summer was a RTD margarita that was put out by Big Star, which is like this kind of cool taco place that we love and a couple of the folks on the team worked from, right? So it's this great combination of like high quality in ingredients, helping out another local brand, and then, again, having a product that you're not going to find at a lot of other places.
How many tap handles do you have in a store?
It's growing, and it should stop.
Like how many?
No, I mean, it's like at first, like we'll have one. That seems cool, and we'll just have it rotate. And then it was 2, then it was 4. So the plans for the next one are 8, and then I think just on beer, and then we have nitro and all the coffee. So we're getting towards 8. I feel like That's good.
8's a good number. So how do you curate that?
That's Dylan's world, man. I mean, it's again, it's like those local relationships, right? So like who are we vibing the most with? Who is coming out with like new, interesting products? Who are we excited to showcase to our customers? And who do we really, collaborate well with, right? Like we want to use our draft lines as a way to introduce customers again to like breweries that we're excited about, styles that we're excited about that they might not typically buy.
So another audience question for you. Do you work with third parties for additional delivery and demand?
It's been all us to date. Like when we first started, we tried to work with a lot of the third-party companies, and at the end of the day, it's expensive, and you just don't control that customer relationship, right? So we do all this hard work to like find the best product, have these great stores, train all the employees, and if that handoff doesn't go great, then like nothing else really matters. So it's definitely it's a lot of work, especially in new markets, but for us, it's the only way to kind of make it work.
Well, Mike, this has been awesome. We're going to take a short break, and then we're going to come back with our wholesaler panel. So give it up for Mike. Thanks for doing this.
Okay, we are in the home stretch, so thank you guys for hanging out. Our next panel, we are going to talk all about the middle tier. So a solid distributor partnership is often the key to growth, but sometimes it can be a little tricky to figure out what you need to do in order to get your brand some mind share among your wholesalers' teams. Our next panel is here to tell you all the things that they wish brewers knew about how to work together better. Please welcome Laura Markstein, President of Markstein Sales in Antioch, California. Next up, we have Sinead Carey, Director of Sales for Beer and Specialty Beverages at Wine Warehouse in Richmond, California. And last but certainly not at all least, Terry Sokola, President of Elite Brands in Colorado.
Put that picture up. Oh yes, I had to remove mine earlier.
Yes, all right. I mean, so I was gonna wear like a simple plain black dress today, but apparently you can't do that with a mic pack, so cheetah pants it is. Sorry about that. All right, ladies, how are we?
Great.
Good. Great. Okay. So let's just dive in because we've got half an hour. So how has the year gone so far? I know. 2021, what the fuck?
I'll start. It's incredible. Nobody saw this coming. Nobody had a playbook on how to manage your business in a pandemic. And, we had to prioritize and make sure that our team was safe and healthy, and we kept everybody working. And lo and behold, it was pretty incredible to know that our product is deemed essential, which it is, and we kept everybody working, and we had some incredible growth the last 2 years. So, thank the Lord, doing pretty good.
Awesome. Sinead, how about you?
Yeah, doing pretty good. We feel really positive about the last year in particular. We've seen some positive growth. I think the big priority, similar to Laura, was making sure our people were safe and working. And I think a big kudos, too, to our supplier partners who came out and helped us along the way, because I don't think we would have gotten through it without them.
Terry, how's it been going for Elite?
It's been a roller coaster, I think, for everybody in the world. I think it makes me more comfortable that we're all in it together. But I think 2020 was a place we've never been before, and everybody's there. I used to say, when people are like, what are we going to do about this, Terry? I'm like, well, I don't know. I would wear a T-shirt that says, I'm sorry, this is my first pandemic too. And, try to, get us through it together. Like nobody knew. But so all in all, I feel like it brought us closer together, mainly our suppliers and our customers and our staff, because we were essential. We never stopped operating. We just had to get creative and keep everybody safe.
Awesome. So if a supplier walked through your door today, what do you want to see? Whether that's either a plan that they're giving you, are they going by style? How do you like to receive information?
I'll start. So a supplier walks through my door. I think the most important thing for me is a commitment to partnership. We talked about the love of brands and the passion that you have and the storytelling. It is so important for that commitment to partnership. The individual, that brewery rep, the market rep, whatever title they have, is such a vital position, and I think it's a little underrated, but that person brings so much information to our sales team. They tell us about the brand, they get us motivated, so that's really one of the most important things, is the commitment to partnership and education and training and working with us at the retail trade.
How about you, Sinead? How do you like to receive information?
So I think if we're looking at a new supplier, for example, one of the big things for us is a great liquid to start out with, a great brand story. Do they have a model that's scalable? Do they have a commitment to a core? And then very similar to Laura, the brand story, are they committed to working with our teams? Is there a partnership there? I think a big focal point for us over the last couple of years has really been diving into that idea of partnership and coming together, building a plan to succeed.
Terry, how do you like people to approach you?
All of the above. Plus, I believe coming in with a plan. You know your brand the best that anybody's ever going to know it. It's your baby. It's your creation, and where do you see it going? Where do you want it placed? Where do you think it's going to go? All these things are incredibly important too. I think it's kind of a combo of everything, and obviously it doesn't happen in one meeting when somebody shows up. It's a long process of onboarding, but that's what's all the process is, learning about each other and making sure we can do this together.
On average, how long does that take?
Oh, wow. We like to date for a long time. We go to their place, check out their brewery, and they come to our place. We have those tough discussions of, what are your expectations and can we fulfill those expectations?
Wow.
And vice versa for them with us. So, I meet people and then a year or two later, maybe we're doing business, although we've onboarded people really fast that we either knew from before, they started a new project.
Wow.
But it can be a long dating process before we get married.
It took me 9 years, but
Okay,
that
good.
might be personal.
It's a little much.
Yeah. Are you taking on new suppliers right now?
We will. Yep,
Yeah.
we are, and we will. I think we're being kind of cautious is the right word. We want to make sure, because everybody had a rough couple of years, especially our breweries who had to close their brew pubs, that we want to make sure we're focusing on them and making sure that we're getting them the placement back in on-premise that we had before, instead of just bringing in the new shiny object.
Wine Warehouse taking on new suppliers?
Yeah, very similar to Terry. We've been cautious about it, and we tend to be a little opportunistic about adding new suppliers into the portfolio. I think particularly as at the height of the pandemic, we really decided to hunker down with our existing partners, support them, drive their business, and do what we needed to do to keep everything going. That was a big, big priority for us. Not to say we wouldn't look at something right now as we start to hopefully come out of this thing, but yeah, always keeping the eye open for what might be right, but make sure that it fits within our portfolio, fits within our model, that prospective new supplier understands what our go-to-market strategies are, and coming to alignment on goals and plans and all of that sort of fun stuff.
Laura, are you taking on new supplier partners?
Yes, we are. In fact, I've met several here in the last couple days. I've got lots of cards, which is fantastic. But similar to both ladies, we're being particular. When we go into a new partnership, we want to make sure that we can do 150% for your brand, and we are committed and for the growth and the success of your brand. So we're very particular. I will say I've noticed that with some of the newer brands out there, they are coming in and they've got good quality brands, but they really don't understand how to go to market. They don't have a pricing strategy. They don't have national accounts. They're kind of saying, here's our brand. I did it. You guys do the rest. And that's challenging, because we want to make sure that they have the people support and the marketing support, and really even just understand pricing and how to go to market. So yes,
Awesome.
we are but particular about
Perfect.
it.
Everything you just said dovetails perfectly with my next question, but I want to make sure that you guys are able to get questions in, because as much as I have planned questions, I really want this conversation to be a way for our audience to be able to ask you questions. So text them to 818-699-0760. And what can a supplier do to get focused with you right now? Because there are just so many. So, what is a way to make sure that you really stand out and can capture that mind share?
I can start with that one. So I think for us is really understanding your brand and where your brand fits. We have 3 very different channels of business, whether that's on-premise, whether that's chain, or whether that's independent retail / liquor stores. So if you want to build your brand in chain, do you have those authorizations and those mandates to be able to help us go to market? Are you working with our chain account executive team to get those mandates so that we can put some focus and priority on that particular channel of business? And similarly, I think for the on-premise, everybody does want to get back into the on-premise. We're seeing the signs of life. We're excited about it. So how do we go about that, and how do we support those accounts and having a good plan against that? I think same independent retail. If you want to focus on liquor store, what does that look like? What's going to be that right package, that right driver? So really understanding your business and having a solid plan against those channels, or the channel that you want to go against. I think the other piece too is I still think, I think we've talked a little bit about the long tail of craft, but I still think brands are really, really important. What are you doing to support your brand, whether it's feet on the street, whether it's a social media marketing program, whether it's a solid chain programming? It's what are you doing to support the brands? And I always, I think when our supplier reps have heard this on many occasions, but we are very much a hearts and minds distributor. So if you were out there and you were walking alongside our sales reps, or the ride behind as we're now calling us, and you were supporting them at an account level, they are your best ambassador, and make them your ambassadors. So win the hearts and minds.
Awesome. Terry, what can somebody do to get mind share with Elite?
I think what Laura talked about in the very beginning, the partnership.
Yeah.
And what is a true partnership? It's when we're both successful, right? And I think, and that looks different to different suppliers, but for us, it's that share of mind with our sales team. It's great that I have this great relationship, but with our sales team, who has to be able to, represent and tell the story, that is super important to have somebody, whoever that is, if it's a rep in the marketplace, if it's, the founders coming out a certain amount of times a year, whatever it is, and then, being able to see that our team can see that they're truly partners, and so they're just going to keep replicating that when they're not with them. And I think that value is incredibly important. So coming with that to the table.
Fantastic. Laura, what does it take to get mind share?
Yeah, you both said it perfectly. Can't add much more than that other than how important it is for that brewery rep to be with our salespeople. Our salespeople will do everything they can when they know that they've got somebody behind them that is working with them. Nothing's better than walking into a retail account and they say, oh, your Sierra Nevada rep was just here. Love that person, or especially on premise. Oh, this person came in, we're working together. That is just, it builds trust, it builds faith, and it really inspires our sales team who are out there selling your brands, loving your brands. If they've got that partnership, it really is really important.
You guys absolutely delivered on the audience questions. Great job, team. This one's a little similar, but I think it's a little bit different. What's the best way for a brand to get your reps to talk about them?
Education, education, education. Can't say it enough times. If schedule time to jump on some of our virtual meetings, make sure you've got your brand story. It's really nice to show the numbers, it helps, but what's the story behind your brands? Because whether we like it or not, our consumers and our retailers want to hear the story, and our people need those nuggets of information. And they also need, what are the top 3 things that they need to know about the brand in a really quick format. But can't stress education enough.
Is there a point where there is too much education?
Maybe. But it's, I think for us, because we are in wine, beer, spirits, cider, non-alcoholic, the more they know, the better. It makes them a little bit more dangerous. And I think our retailers, whether they're in the on-premise, independent retail chain, they're incredibly knowledgeable right now. So having that story, understanding what that perfect elevator pitch looks like, it's really helpful.
And I think personal relationship.
Yep.
If they can build a personal relationship with the, the ethos of the company, but then the individual. They'll just go the mile for you. They're going to knock down doors for you. If they know that you believe in them and we believe in them and back, it works. It's pretty simple. And I also love the experience, the emotional experience of going to the brewery or the winery, distillery, cidery, CBD, and just going there and having the experience and learning the backstory. That's what I love about conferences like this, that Rod and Hamish sat up here and told the backstory. I didn't know any of that backstory. And I think once you have that, you want to go out and represent that to your customers because it is interesting, it's authentic, and the quality is there in the vessel.
How important is social media presence when looking for a supplier? Is that something you consider?
I mean, we certainly look at it for sure. I think right now, again, it's where the consumer's living, it's where they're finding information, so it's important. I think we have spent a lot of time as a distributor working on our social media. We have a fairly active LinkedIn profile, a very active WW Beer Instagram account. I know Terry's super active on hers as well, and I've followed Laura on social media as well. So I think it's important. I don't think it's just about the brands. I think it's also about us as a distributor, making sure we're conveying the brand messaging as well, because our customers are following us on social media too.
It's a great point. Laura, what kind of marketing plans would you like to see from a supplier?
Going into, we're looking at what the investment is in our marketplace. It can be brands, it can be marketing, it can be social media, it can be what are you going to give back to our community, which is really important. How are you going to support us in those efforts? Good, strong pricing plan, good on-premise. So just generally the basic information there, the basic stuff that we all know and do so well. But yeah, marketing investment, pricing plan, and commitment to community and education.
Awesome. How about you guys? Anything you want to add?
I think the biggest thing is making that plan and knowing you can adjust it as things go on. If we've learned anything in the last 2 years, it's flexibility and adaptability. And I think as long as we go into this, annual business plan meeting for an entire year that hasn't even started yet, and we're not flexible, we're probably not going to be as successful as we could be. And that's what I love, the partners that you can sit down with, and you collaborate. What do we think we need? What do you think the brand needs? And then how are we going to execute that? Because we all want growth. We want it. Our suppliers want it. How do you get there? And what's that plan look like? And then how do you adjust? If something's working, double down. Let's go, right? And if something's really dead in the water for whatever reason, try to readjust. And if it doesn't work, let's move on. And so I think having that relationship and that open communication all year long is incredibly important. But you got to have a good plan and then adjust as you go.
Awesome. And these are such great audience questions. I don't even know why I bothered to write my own. What are the most important tools a supplier can provide to help you sell a brand to a retailer?
A sell sheet with UPCs on it. Believe it or not, we still do get some of those every now and again. I think, again, some of the things that we talked about, a solid pricing program, a solid marketing program, a good incentive can also help as well, whether that's cash in hands or, as we discovered this year, prizes that you wouldn't normally buy for yourself, like a Yeti cooler. So, just having a good plan. And I think, again, being with our people, and spending time with them and winning their hearts and minds.
I'm personally traumatized by sell sheets. I used to have to make them. Oh my God.
Yeah, please add UPCs onto sell sheets.
But I mean, the UPC, you kind of need. Are all brands planning on price increases in early 2022, and what does that percentage look like?
Can we actually talk pricing?
Sure. I mean, can we? I don't know.
I don't think so.
All right, cool. We'll skip that. Sorry.
But yes, I think that based on what's happening in the world, there's probably going to be some price increases.
Oh yeah, and everybody's a little different, right? Some can wait until we do, everybody together. And in Colorado, we, have a lot of different size distributors, and some will go first, and others follow. And but some people are at a point in their supplier that they need more cash, and we're in the same boat, right? Our freight is 2 or 3 times more coming in, our gas price, everybody's dealing with.
Yeah.
And now this can announcement, I'm really nervous for everybody, but it's going to happen again, like the pandemic. It's going to happen to everybody, right? I don't think there's going to be that many people saved from it. So I think the reality is it's going to change.
Can distributors help with chain placement, or are you expecting brands to come with commitments?
I think it's both. I mean, I absolutely loved hearing the gentleman from Buffalo Wild Wings saying, I would love to talk to my wholesalers. It's kind of always been like this iron curtain where, we can't go into the chain stores. And quite frankly, we would love that connection. We'd love to be able to go in and help sell brands and give that chain the commitment that we're here, we're going to service, we're going to merchandise, we're all about quality control, we will be there. So I would love to be able to go into some of these chains and work with our suppliers to make that call.
So we actually have an account executive team on staff that does make headquarter calls. So we're a little different, and they make headquarter calls for all of our entire portfolio. They work really closely with our supplier partners to walk in the door. In some cases, we've actually been the one that's maybe brought the supplier in the door, and vice versa. And that level of partnership, was incredible, particularly as we saw that shift into the chain off-premise retail as we went into the pandemic, and we have really seen the benefits of that partnership with our account executives and our suppliers as we've gone into 2021 and even into 2022.
Wow, that's super interesting. I mean, on the topic of B-dubs and draft, to what degree has on-premise craft draft come back, and what do you see as the path ahead being?
Not easy. Well, I believe it's really come back, I feel, in Colorado quite strong. Okay. We're still not back to 100% of what we had in 2019, but we're pretty close. And I believe what's happening is that bottled up, demand. And so when they opened the restaurants and the bars, we saw it, we felt it, and we had to refill that pipeline too. Now it's finding that balance between kind of what Jason was talking about from Buffalo Wild Wings is, you got the cores, and then you've got to have some innovation and some interesting things that are keeping people, keep driving to the next thing. But I'm optimistic. We all lost a lot of really great places during COVID, but there's a lot of cool ones opening, and a lot of the anchors are still there. So I'm optimistic.
How's craft draft in California?
I'm optimistic as well. It's coming back a little slower. It's just so sad and challenging for a lot of these on-premise accounts that now are putting, the responsibility into, potentially a 16, 17-year-old hostess to check vaccination cards and make sure everybody is, coming in. And then it's just once they open, trying to get people working again is really, really challenging. But we're seeing it slowly come back. It's such a wonderful thing to have them say, can we do a pint night? Can we get people back in here? How can we, make this work? And I will say at the beginning of pandemic, we stepped up and we took care of our on-premise accounts. We went in there, we cleaned the lines, we shut them down, we picked up the kegs, we helped rotate, we were doing whatever we could to support them. We bought, gift cards and whatever we could to make sure that, we came out better at the end of this, and it's paying off. It really is. Their loyalty, which, on premise we don't see a lot of loyalty, but we're seeing it, and I'm just hoping that we get some normalcy pretty soon.
How much of a shakeout is really taking place on shelves and in cold boxes? Is this happening? Are the long tails in craft and hard seltzer being trimmed? Are we going to see more underperforming packs, like, say, single flavor seltzer 6-packs get the axe? What are you seeing in the stores?
Yeah, I think we're going to continue to see a little bit of a shakeout in terms of those single-serve 6-packs going away in favor of the variety pack. It feels like the variety pack has been the way to go for the consumer when it comes to seltzer. I still think we're probably in the seltzer category still seeing the big two lead the way, and it's really interesting to hear the insights from the smaller seltzer brands this week and how they're going to market and how they're developing their programs. I think California's certainly been interesting in that slimming down of what used to be the great 22-ounce bomber set. We've had suppliers that have discontinued the bomber set. I'm personally, having spent some time, as Terry has, in Belgium as well, I do love a good 750. There was a decrease in those over the past couple of years, seems to have stabilized a little bit in the last year, and you certainly start to see an uptick on that going into the holiday season as people look for gifting opportunities. But I think from our supplier perspective, we haven't seen a lot of 19.2s come across in business plans this year. There's been some. Do I think there's opportunity on that kind of a package? Absolutely. I think there's a great opportunity on venues, on single serve, grab and go, that takeout opportunity that Jason was referring to even today as well. So I think 19.2s could be probably the thing that I would look for most, maybe from some of our suppliers, if they can do it, if they have the canning set up to be able to do it too.
Wow, this is great information for everybody out there. At this point, how are you defining innovation? Because we've talked about the blurring of lines and all the products. What does innovation look like, and how does it play into your strategy at Elite?
We love innovation because our team is quite focused on truly representing the product, and so then really understanding the product. So when these new and exciting things come across, I think, back in the day, I think some of us were like, oh, well, that's interesting. And now we're like, oh, that's interesting. Let's look at that. What is that? Where would it sit? What is it? What's the story behind it? Where would it fit into the cooler? When we talk about that cooler space, it's not getting any bigger, but there's so many products, and now there's all these new categories. So then how do the categories, what gets moved? But we love innovation. You don't want it all the time. You want something that's going to keep bringing the attention back to the cores. But we really think it's what our customers are asking for, and that's what we try to do then.
Laura, how do you think about innovation?
Right now, it's flavors and styles. I've seen more of the hard teas, different come in, and then now the sodas are hard sodas are kind of making their way back around, which will be interesting. But right now, innovation is flavors and styles. My only concern with a lot of innovation is as much fun and exciting as it can be, is really the use of the raw materials, the cans, the bottles, when we're having such difficulty with inventory with products that are doing really well. I don't know if innovation and new flavors and new styles are taken away from that use of, cans and bottles, which we could use to fill the shelves at things that we know are selling.
Great audience question. What is the most consistent failure or mistake you've seen in brands and suppliers pitching information and new products? Yeah, like basically what not to do. That keeps happening, that you keep seeing.
I mean, unrealistic expectations.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's sometimes really, because we want it to work too, right? It's never, and so, but coming in with unrealistic expectation, you're like, okay, well then, now we got to go back, figure out, instead of just trying to go out with it. I mean, we've always tried to have a theory of like, let's just launch the brand, and then we can adjust 30, 60, 90 days. We have all these measuring tools, and then we'll know at 90 days, what does it need? We might know earlier. But just having a realistic go-to-market plan, points of distribution we talk about a lot, that's important to us, and the right points of distribution.
Audience question near and dear to my heart as a former brand marketing person. Retail point of sale. What works? What do you want more of? What items are a waste of money?
Stop sending all the cardboard. Yeah. It's really tough. I wish we could have better conversations with, a different level of that, just because cardboard and the stackers get thrown away, and it just kills me because it's a waste of money. Oh. And maybe just like having the cardboard stackers, and a lot of pieces that take, 4 days to put together. I mean, we can't do that. It's just too tough. So just having those conversations prior to the beginning of a new year, saying, what did you throw away? What should we not do? Because if I'm throwing that much away, I know it's happening across the United States. So,
how about on-premise? Any POS that's just kind of a waste?
No, I'll say what works is wearables.
All right.
Especially in the on-premise, right? You can have marketing going the whole time behind the counter. So wearables do definitely work. I would agree. The coasters, as much as bars need them, they don't usually need as many as we have.
No. I still love making coasters though, because that's like the thing the consumer touches.
It's true.
But
yeah, I'm not as against coasters as probably you are. I think tin tackers are something that works really well. Just be careful that they don't have super sharp edges on them. It's always a good idea. Wearables are a great thing. I'm with Laura. Don't send cardboard. Please don't. Or if you are going to send cardboard, have a plan for it. Have you sold in a program where they are going to be able to use that? And are they simple and easy to put together?
So your wholesalers and the trees will thank you.
Yes.
Sinead, you and I talked a little bit last night. I don't know how much you remember, but I remember some about leadership.
Yes.
So, just share your thoughts on that, because I feel like we're kind of at a really interesting moment, and I'm tired of all the interesting moments because it's just been so interesting that it's exhausting. But what do you think the middle tier can do to help guide the beer industry right now?
Such a good question. So I think it's continuing to have the middle tier on the stage as we are right now. I think it's something that I'm personally very passionate about is mentoring. So we do have a mentoring program at Wine Warehouse for new employees who've started, and they get paired up with an executive or a director so that we can help guide them on their way through their career. I love the BAs program that they're doing right now. I've been doing that for the last couple of weeks. So big kudos to Dr. J on getting that up and running. It's been personally very rewarding. And I think as leaders, just stepping back and listening to our people and listening and hearing what they have to say, sometimes they have better insights than we could ever have because they're in the field, they're at the coalface. They have been our frontline workers for the last year and a half. So I have to say thank you to all of the sales team at Wine Warehouse. They have been amazing, really and truly frontline workers along with our drivers and warehouse people.
Awesome. Laura, I know you've taken on a lot of leadership roles within the MBWA. What do you think the next year looks like as a leader in this space?
I love the beer business, and it's a family business. We've been around for 102 years. And I'm fourth generation, woman-owned. I love that. But for many years, I could be in a room and I could count on one hand how many women were in that room. And, that's tough. And even in my own family, it was my brother was going to take over, but he's not. And that's okay. but it's just so important. The mentorship is really important, to be inclusive and to have these, women on stage. And even when you're showing videos of the beer industry, it's got to be diverse, because there are people in here. It's not, I hate to say it's not just a bunch of older white men. It really isn't. It's diverse, it's fun, it's a great industry, and I really want to inspire people to invite their daughters and have women in leadership and management. It's really important. Well, and it does. It starts from MBWA, it starts here, it starts in our own locations. So
You should drop that mic because we are just out of time. That's a perfect place to leave it. Thank you so much, ladies. This was awesome.
Thank you.
All right, Justin, back to you.
All right, one more to go, and then we're going to announce our Pitch Slam winner this year. So let's get this over with and get our craft brewery of the year up here. Bill Schufelt from Athletic Brewing Company, come on down. If I would have told you in 2018 that a non-alcoholic beer brand would be the second fastest growing craft brewery in the US in 2021 in the off-premise, none of you would have believed me. Athletic Brewing Company has done just that. When the calendar flips to 2022, Athletic will land somewhere in the top 50 craft brewery rankings by volume for the Brewers Association. Athletic isn't coasting either. They've got a 150,000 barrel brewery on the way in Connecticut, a recently closed $50 million funding round, a number of new C-suite hires, and a lot of momentum. Let's go, Bill. Thanks for doing this, dude. Hey, I'll take a name back.
Cool. Check it.
Yeah, that's great. So this year, it's been quite a year for you. It's just how you drew it up, right?
Yeah, I mean, thank you for having us here, and we're beyond honored to win the award the other day. It's the recognition of, like, not only the couple people who are in this room today, but our 150 plus teammates around the country, and it's a result of a lot of the bricks we've been laying the past 5-7 years. So we've known non-alcoholic beer is going to kind of start to have its moment, and we think that's just starting.
You are like the quintessential Brewbound Live story, because you were a Pitch Slam contestant, you were a rising star, and now you're Craft Brewery of the Year. So congratulations. Give it up for them, by the way.
Thank you. And before that, dropping beer at Watertown. I think it was literally the first batch of beer we had in cans I came by Watertown with.
Oh, that's awesome. So we're in this moment, we're seeing all this growth in the non-alcoholic beer segment. What is it about this moment that is different?
So I think it's really the intersection of marketing, brand, product, it's health and wellness trends going on in the broader population. It's better information at people's fingertips in wearable technology. All these data points are kind of pointing in the same direction. And yeah, I think for years and years, there were these post-prohibition stigmas where people, they got their information from one place, and it was TV advertising. This was the message. 95% of people drank alcohol, 99% of the time they're outside of their home. And if you didn't drink alcohol, you drank these really specific dusty beverages that were the same offerings for a quarter century. And there'd been no innovation, and we wanted to turn that on its head and make it exciting, make it something that people were proud to drink with the label out in their hand. Like when people ask them at a party or bar, they're not asking to have it in a glass. They want people to ask about the beer and talk about it and be like, oh no, this beer wins awards versus full strength alcoholic beer. This, I'm so excited about it. It's half the calories so yeah, I think it's just taking something that was so long neglected and bringing it out of the penalty box. I mean, I did 2 years of business planning, and then John and I did another year of home brewing before we even started construction on our first brewery. And there was so much thought into that background, but every indication was the consumer wants these products. Every survey I did said 55% of consumers would drink non-alcoholic beer with some regularity. And I think that was up in the data that Danelle showed earlier too. That was every single one of those occasions. It was 20+% of consumers said they would drink a non-alcoholic beer in those occasions, where like that's a huge potential occasion driver for beer for something that's a 1% share category.
And that's what I wanted to talk about too, is like we're all searching for those moments to add occasions to this category. And here you are, you're unlocking those opportunities.
Yeah, and with, like I kind of mentioned the post-prohibition era stigmas that have been with us for 80, 100 years and are so stale. Like the word sober and these binary words are so outdated. Like 80% of our customers drink alcohol at other times during the week. And so we really think non-alcoholic in all its forms, not only beer, is the first credible occasion growth driver in beer in adult beverages that we've had in decades. And so we could potentially be adding 4 days to the week where, yes, you can still drink your favorite beers on premise, 6-pack, 12-pack during the week on the weekend. But now we have a beer you can drink Sunday through Thursday and absolutely love and be psyched to pair with your weeknight meal. Or the 50% of the population who barely drinks at all. I think it's just huge populations and occasions we can add back to the beer world without cannibalizing the other offerings.
Well, tell me about some of those occasions too. Like, what's your on-premise focus? Because I feel like there's a huge opportunity to get sort of like a pacer in the middle of a night out with, you know, some of these folks.
For sure. And it's no longer like these folks or those folks are. I thought Jason put it to words really well before. If you want to hang around for the fourth quarter, or you have your kids with you and you want to have 1 alcoholic drink and 2 non-alcoholic drinks, or there's all sorts of blended occasions these days. And in any group of 3 or 4 people, one of those people is likely not drinking, and they're drinking water or soda on the on-premise. They could trade up to a much higher margin, more delicious product. So our team has done an incredible job just pushing the on-premise, doing education, doing a lot of sampling this year. And it's gone from 2019, we didn't have enough capacity to ask anyone to put us on a menu because we couldn't deliver. 2020 was obviously a very interesting year. 2021, we've taken it from about 4% of our distribution almost to 10% as the on-premise. And so and in some of those places, we've been the top selling beer, package or not, for 12 plus months as well. So
I was going to say, how much of that it's draft?
So draft is definitely in our plans. We have delivered draft hyper locally in the past, and it's been a huge hit. But package does just as well. A lot of people go right down the menu, look for the lowest ABV offering, and they're like, great, I'll take that.
So this is a good time to, as more questions pop in already, without me even saying it, text line is 818-699-0760. Bill, what market share do you believe NA will reach? Lots of experts think high teens, but I'd be curious what you believe.
I'm also delusionally optimistic and have dedicated my life to this category, so definitely take anything I say with a grain of salt. But I do think this is a really credible 4th category, or it's just a huge growth driver for beer in general. But I definitely would not be shocked if non-alcoholic beer goes to 10 to 20% of beer. But that's not, the key thing is everyone says, oh my goodness, and gets so defensive about that. It's actually not cannibalizing. I think it's totally additive. Everyone talks about like the death of the bar, the death of the on-premise. Well, if we get offerings in there that will get more people to the on-premise, I think that's where the growth comes from. If you turn the groups of 2 or 3 into groups of 6 or 7 and people are there for longer times, that's growth. If people are drinking beer Sunday through Thursday with regularity, that's growth. And we have a lot of studies that show the size of the basket increases for the non-alcoholic beer shopper. I would shout out to Heineken, who's done an incredible job helping build this category with us. I saw a stat from them that 60+% of Gen Z drinkers would be more likely to frequent the on-premise if it included a good non-alcoholic menu.
So we've done a lot of talk about price, and for traditional non-alcoholic beer and full-strength beer, what's the sweet spot for price for non-alc beer?
In line with the quality beer it is, honestly. It is definitely harder to make non-alcoholic beer, and it's probably more expensive, and especially if you're using super high-quality ingredients. Like organic Vienna malt is the backbone to our 2 flagships, and it's a really uneconomical decision to make a fantastic tasting beer. And so if you're using great ingredients and you have a really dialed quality program and an awesome team that you want to support, you have to charge premium prices for that. And I think the consumer gets that value proposition.
I'll ask a long-winded question so you can crack that one open. So you're leveraging being an NA brand in several ways. You've got pop-ups at gyms, a partnership with Outside Magazine, athlete partnerships through the name, image, and likeness that went through in college sports. How has that opened up the opportunities for you to engage with consumers and get trial?
Yeah, it's so I think that kind of almost goes to a bigger picture where I think we've heard some guests this week like speak really well to brand building and marketing and the importance of marketing. We heard David yesterday and Steve as well talk about like you've seen Steve come from the spirits world and totally reinvigorate a business and drive growth like with really powerful marketing behind it. And I think that's a great example for beer entirely. Like so much of beer competition or marketing happens on the shelf. It's people arrive at the shelf and then they compete and learn about the brand. And I know a lot of brewery founders who have a 0% marketing budget. And I think that's not, and we turn around and wonder why are spirits and wine eating beer's share? I think time has come for beer to really market. Like there's such a handful of breweries that do a majority of the marketing and driving people to the shelf. But we've heard it in presentations this week. The pendulum has swung so far away from beer where it's hyper innovation. It's all FMBs, it's RTDs, there's so little conversation about core beer, which is something that humans have been drinking for thousands of years. Everyone loves the taste. It's super high quality. They're incredible offerings. They're local, they're national. I think the pendulum's going to swing back, and I think there has to be marketing that wins the battle off the shelf and getting people to the shelf. And so that's where Athletic comes in, is we are driving people to the shelf. Like we want to make sure people know it's not the same old dusty 5 offerings on the non-alcoholic shelf anymore.
So I want one more question on name, image, and likeness. You've got a lot of high-profile partnerships there. You know, what do those athlete affiliations do for you in college? And then once they go pro, how does that translate to?
Yeah, so I mean, I would classify that marketing as in a beta test right now. There are athletes we've connected with. We talked to a lot of athletes, and we think really highly of this group of 5 or 7, and we're signing more across different sports and verticals. But really speaking authentically to some of the most popular students on campuses. As beer looks to speak to Gen Z, that 21 to 24 age group, like we're not looking to target under 21, even though we technically could. We want to be in the hands of the most influential people of that generation, and what better than athletes to do that? So,
well, I didn't see any Iowa State Cyclones there, and I'd like to see that fixed.
Yeah, definitely noted.
If you can do that for me, that would be nice.
Yep.
So go Cyclones. So we got this segment, and it's growing, but you mentioned marketing as one way of taking this to the next level. We talk about these partnerships, but how do you and the other non-alcoholic beer makers out there, like Brooklyn, like Heineken, like the other smaller players like Hairless Dog, take this to the next level?
Yeah, so everything we've done at Athletic has been done over a long timeline, very well thought out, essentially built from scratch, from our process to building our own breweries, hiring exceptional people that we're proud to be teammates with every single one. And I think that shows up through and through in everything we do. We have seen people come and launch a single SKU or launch a brand that is much more a rush to market, or it's a marketing department idea that they go last minute and ask for a product and it launches. Or and there have, I think it's now 35 non-alcoholic beer producers in the country, and not all have lasted. So it does have to be quality. It has to be exciting. You have to do the work and clear the education hurdles and get people excited. And the food safety challenges of non-alcoholic beer versus alcoholic beer are multiple times harder. So it's definitely a labor of love and quality, and not an easy SKU addition. But where it goes from here is if it is quality products, and people are excited to go back to that shelf and try new things, and they find their products that they want to drink over and over again. That's where we win. But I think the downside of that is there are still products on the shelf that consumers might not be excited to end up with in their house, and that might linger and slow velocities, and so.
Another audience question here. As an industry disruptor and the craft NA market majority shareholder, how is Athletic thinking about competitors from new and large existing brands?
We're excited about it. Heineken and Bud Zero have done an incredible job taking the industry entrance, or taking the industry as it was, shaking it up, supporting the category, and I would say them and us have really put the most marketing behind it. And 6 of the 10 biggest craft breweries in the country really are in the category already and have been here for a year. So it's definitely starting to grow. It is the fastest growing category in beer in any horizon, but that's with 6 of the 10 biggest names in the rankings declining this year. So there's a lot more growth and churn under the hood too.
What's your percentage of distribution at this point? The last I think I saw it was 7%?
Yeah, it's something like 8%. And we have incredible partners that we're building relationships with across the country. And shout out to Mary from Whole Foods. Whole Foods was one of our earliest and best supporters. And you can see how when someone commits to making a forward-looking, better-for-you shelf, just how that explodes. And but yeah, in the distribution tier and the retail tier, we're so thankful for the partners who believed in us early and have helped grow this category. And we're at 8% and excited for the new brewery in Connecticut to come online next year.
What do you think when we talk next year, what's it going to be at the end of the year?
It's tough to say. There's varying levels of enthusiasm across the retail tier for non-alcoholic beer, and some will be early, some will be late, and I think that'll show up in the growth and where people discover products they go back to over and over again. But yeah, I think the category is here to stay. The wins behind it are very strong.
Somebody wants to know, what does your innovation pipeline look like, and how important are things like new product releases and a seasonal calendar?
For sure. So there's both our beer and non-beer innovation, or mixes of the two. And I will say we have a zillion ideas internally, so we're definitely trying to stay focused. Daypack was our first innovation outside of the beer space, which is something that we were actually making from leftover ingredients as a brewing team and drinking as a team. Started to share it in the tap room as a water substitute, basically. And it was so popular, we brought it to market via e-commerce to pilot. So Daypack is just a super crushable hopped sparkling water. That's definitely a premium elevated sparkling water experience, but not so priced out of the sparkling water market as well. And on the beer side, we bring to retail a lineup of beers that's our most requested, most highly rewarded, most popular beers that people are going to come and ask for. To get to the point where it's on the retail shelf, we have our e-commerce platform where we do a lot of innovation and take a lot of direct feedback. And so the best of our e-commerce make it out into the retail world. But we released about 50 beers this year on e-commerce.
Do you have plans to distribute this?
We do. So we have some preliminary launch plans for 2022 at retail to pilot it. But so far it's been really popular everywhere we've released it.
You mentioned e-commerce. What percentage of your business is that?
It's really strong. It's our best marketing channel in many ways. I heard both June Shine and Loverboy speak to it earlier, where it's almost like a Trojan horse getting into different markets. But where we are strongest in e-commerce, we're strongest in retail, and we have stats that over 50% of customers who try us online end up buying us at retail also. And where we're either not allowed to do e-commerce or not very popular in e-commerce, it also shows up in the retail stats. So, but in any time horizon, e-commerce can be up to 50% of our business.
We talked a little bit about other brands like Daypack. Do you see Athletic entering other non-alcoholic areas in the future?
So we have a lot of ideas, and we are constantly trialing things inside our own walls, and they're categories that are so exciting to us, both in beer-esque, like beer tangential, or even like keeping an eye on other categories that are emerging. We're not considering anything with alcohol in it. But yeah, we're really trying to stay focused. I mean, with that 7 or 8% distribution, there's so much opportunity for our core athletic brand, and we're so committed to it that. But Chris and the emerging brands team are doing an incredible job. Like with Daypack as the first product, and we have a lot of thoughtful ideas for that segment.
Someone wants, and I think I know who submitted this one. Will you be making a non-alcoholic cold IPA? And will you be selling it exclusively at Buffalo Wild Wings?
I think it's an option there if he wants to take it.
So someone wants to know, what's your strongest market?
Interesting. Definitely per capita pockets across the country that you would be really surprising. And I think it's a reflection of our distribution partners in a lot of those markets as well. I don't want to necessarily punt on the question, but it's a lot of factor of like our teammates, our distribution partners, and like the mesh with outdoor healthy living lifestyles, and some parts of the country are further ahead on food trends as well. So our backyard in the Northeast has been super strong. And then different pockets on the West Coast and the South and Midwest have also been.
What are the 1 to 2 marketing channels that have driven the most growth this year for you?
Interesting. We are constantly beta testing. Like the velocity internally on our team is absolutely terrifying. Rosalie, who came from Boston Beer, and Andrew joined us from Heineken, are like absolute stars in leading our marketing efforts, which used to just be my iPhone. And like the internal velocity is terrifying. And we'd beta test things, and then just blow it out when it works. But it could be anything from a podcast to a newsletter to an athlete, a giveaway, something like that.
So someone wants to know, how are you concerned at all about small players creating food safety concerns to give the category a bad name? Are you planning on working to educate the rest of the market?
We are. I would say for sure. That's like our number one category. Our concern is, so John and I were lucky to have a really long planning time horizon and a lot of like great coincidental interactions where we learned a ton about food safety. We went and got certifications at higher education in food safety before we launched, and we have a tunnel pasteurizer in every building we do business in, and that's like tunnel pasteurizers in this country are very rare, but you literally cannot sell non-alcoholic beer without one. And so we are trying to pay it forward as much as we can and share with anyone who reaches out to us and talks to us about learnings we've had. There's some industry efforts to coalesce, and then the BA is also starting to help spread information as well. So the BA has been a great supporter of Athletic, and just because we're non-alcoholic, the beer world has been very inclusive of our efforts.
This question is from someone who must have clearly studied the NA beer category. When does the NA beer category cross its all-time peak of 2.28 million barrels in the U.S.?
I don't know what the total is right now, but it's going to be one of the next few years probably. In any time horizon, the macro category overall has been growing 20 to 40%, with 6 of the top 10 declining. The craft non-alcoholic category is growing like 300% this year. And as Danny pointed out, it's nearing like a point share in the craft category alone. So as more entrants and like the stigmas fall off and like the drinking occasions get out there, it's hard to say. I mean, we don't really do a ton of forward looking.
Well, speaking of forward looking, we got time for one last question. I would figure that people are, ringing your phone off the hook, wanting to partner with you, maybe even looking to invest, maybe looking to buy. But, in our pre-call prep sessions, you mentioned the possibility of maybe doing an IPO. Why do you see that as the right path for Athletic?
So in many ways, we are definitely just laying the bricks of our foundation still. We're about to complete an amazing 150,000 square foot brewery in Connecticut, upgrading our prior facility. And then down the road in San Diego, we've been basically constantly upgrading that facility for the last 18 months and So that's finally ready to go and make more beer. So, and we've brought on 160 amazing teammates whose talents are just starting to flow in. So like, we feel like we're just getting going, but the community is so strong, and we do get so many inbound emails from people in our community that would love to invest or buy shares. And I think an IPO makes a lot of sense in a lot of ways, that every single one of our teammates at Athletic is an equity owner on day one when they set foot in the building. And so to have their work rewarded over that time frame and be a public company would be really cool for us as founders, and then continue to enjoy that growth with our community and with our teammates.
That sounds awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here and doing this, dude. Really appreciate it.
Cheers.
Give it up for Bill.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. All right. We've kept you all waiting long enough, so let's find out who the Pitch Slam winner is this year. Let's bring up Ray Latif and a couple of our judges. Veronica, you're here. Malika, you're here.
Indeed, we have a winner. Before we get to that winner, I just want to bring up a couple housekeeping notes. One is more of a housekeeping note, the other one isn't so much. But I just want to note that registration for Brewbound Winter 2022 is now open. So if you're interested, please do so now. You will save money. This is the key. My other note, not so much of a housekeeping note, but an important one. So much respect to the Brewbound team for an incredible agenda, an incredible conference. Justin, Jess, Zoe, congratulations. Well, very well done.
Thank you. Thank you guys for coming out. And just a reminder, we're going to go drink some beers and other beverages downstairs where you all had lunch this morning or this afternoon. I've been up since 4 a.m., so, shit, I don't know what time it is.
That was the other housekeeping note.
Yeah.
I think it was really great to have Bill up here on stage for so many reasons, but what was really notable is that Bill was on this stage back in 2018 as a Pitch Slam semifinalist. He didn't win the competition, but look where he is now. And so I think even though we have one winner, all the semifinalists have the opportunity to be back up here on stage and talk about how successful their brands are. Everyone did such an incredible job. But let's talk about the attributes of the winner, what they did right, what we loved about what they did. Malika, let's start with you. I'm sorry, Veronica, let's start with you.
Well, I will say that every semifinalist had a unique position, a unique point of view, had a potential to change the industry. All of them talked about quality ingredients. So when all those things become table stakes, where do you go from there? I think the winner had, or all the judges thought, like a realistic growth plan and a vision for their business that could scale and stick. They had a customer-focused product development plan. And the most important thing, it tasted great. So it wasn't just one of 3 flavors, it was all their products tasted great.
Absolutely. Malika, there are some things that the judges saw as potential pitfalls for some of the finalists, some of the semifinalists as well. Where do these brands really need to highlight some of the things that, or where do they need to keep an eye on some of the things that could trip them up as they go forward?
We, as judges, had a really hard time debating, and as Veronica said, we were looking for great tasting products, a great concept that was finely tuned, and energetic and passionate founders, and every one of the pitches today reflected that. There were a couple of things that our winner took to the top, and I'll come back to that in a second. But to answer your question, I think for everybody else, for me, it really is about continuing to hone your proposition, continuing to hone your customer target and what that unique selling proposition is, not just to consumers, but also to retailers, and continuing to push forward with smart expansion plans.
Also, I just want to note that for all the judges, they would love for the semifinalists and the finalists, I guess they're one and the same in some cases, to come up and talk to them afterwards or reach out to them via email. So please do so from top to bottom. This is an incredible judging panel. Our judging panel has been incredible. So please reach out to them. They would love to help you. Justin, real quick, we saw a broad variety of approaches to the beer industry, to beyond beer at this point. How does that reflect, or do you see that as reflective of sort of a new generation of brands, a sort of new way of looking at the beer industry?
No, I mean, this is what the beer industry is now. You saw it all on stage. It's all these different beverage types. It's blurring. Next year this year's been awesome. Like, this is one of the strongest finals I think I've ever seen. I could have heard who the winner is. No one's told me. I want to be surprised. But, like, next year, I don't know what we're going to see, Like, I'm already thinking, like, next year, like, what is it, So, like, it could be totally different brands next year, like, pitching something we've never heard of, Yeah,
absolutely. Absolutely. Well, you may not have seen the winner. You may have an idea who it is, but we'll tell everyone right now. The winner of Brewbound Pitch Slam 13 and $10,000 in an awareness package from Brewbound is... Are they going to do this to me again? Funky Town Brewery. All right. Awesome. Greg, Zach, come up to the stage, please. Come on up. Very well done. Very well done.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Awesome.
Outstanding. Very well.
Congratulations.
All right, let's get a photo of the winners. Outstanding. Well, congratulations once again. Folks here in attendance, please head downstairs for the happy hour. Folks watching at home on the live stream, we're going to do an interview with the 3 winners of Funky Town Brewery in about 10 minutes, so stay tuned. In the meantime, once again, thank you very much for an incredible Brewbound Winter 2021.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey folks, thanks once again for joining us on the Brewbound live stream studio. I'm Ray Latif, the editor and producer of BevNet's Taste Radio podcast, and I'm here with the winners of Brewbound Pitch Slam 13, Rich, Greg, and Zach. I almost forgot Zach, the founders of Funky Town Brewery. Gentlemen, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know, just an incredible competition, not an easy one. A lot of really great concepts, great pitches and presentations, a lot of passion. But I think the judges really came to a decision that they saw something really amazing about your brand, something that was really something they haven't seen in the beer industry. And I think that was kind of, that's exactly who you are. You're bringing something so different and so inspirational to an industry that just has been lacking at. You're filling a need, a real need here. Let's talk about the genesis of Funky Town Brewery. Where did the idea come from? Because you're relatively new. I mean, I think you told me last night you started in October?
Launched October 2nd.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it really comes from our friendship. You know, I've known this guy since 4th grade and known this guy since 7th. We've been drinking beer since college. We built up an authentic story, but like part of us and like part of the reason like we get so much support back at home is because our actual personal interactions with people. People have met all three of us through high school, college, and after that. Like we're the three musketeers. And we want to try to bring that out in our branding, like the way we create relationships, the way all three of us attack a conversation and just make it fun and goofy. We try to put that in our business plan in some way so that when people experience the brand, it's like they're experiencing Greg, me, and Zach. So something like that.
Yeah. And just to add with that, just, you know, being on social media often, you know, on Instagram, I'm home brewing every Sunday, every other Sunday. People watching the journey will get messages like, man, what are you all brewing? What are you doing? We're making beer. And this started early in 2017. So people actually followed us, you know, through our journey, seeing us launch and actually see us here today, you know, to win this competition. So community, it's all about community. And they're very excited for us.
Yeah, it very much is about community. I mean, based on what I heard and based on your presentation, it feels like there's so much tied to the city of Chicago. And I think there's, you know, there's a thought of, okay, well, you dig deep in Chicago, you go deep in Chicago, but where do you go from there? Have you thought about where you go beyond Chicago, or is it just really that's your laser focus at this point?
We've thought about it. You know, Chicago is our bread and butter. We want to create a foundation there, but like, I think of course we want to expand into the Midwest because there are similar environments to Chicago. And even with that, like if there's a funky town in Cincinnati or a funky town in Iowa, like it should really resonate with those people. Like keep it funky for them. Like it should, like we have woo wop da bam because it's a Chicago term. What do the people in Iowa say? What do the people in Cincinnati say? So it resonates with that local culture. So we definitely want to expand out of Chicago. I mean, when it comes to like just dreaming, there's a part that we didn't talk about. Like we like traveling too. We would want a brewery in Jamaica. We would want a brewery in Chiang Mai, Thailand if we could. Because those are just like the things that we've experienced, and like they're just dope cultures, crazy experiences that we want Funky Town beer to be available in those experiences. So expansion is definitely like part of the dream, but we have to focus on Chicago first because they need us.
Well, if those places fit into the Funky Town community, why not?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and if you love to travel, it's like you're traveling to your own business. You're traveling to your own, basically your own home, your second home. Yeah. In terms of, you know, next steps, I mean, I think, you know, winning this competition gives you a little bit of credibility. You've already had that. You've already earned that credibility. But, you know, when you're talking about, like, reaching out to the industry, who do you want to talk to next? Who are the folks that you want to hear from or that you want to connect with to help grow your brand from here?
Great question. You know, we've been really hyper-focused on making sure that our brand is off our launch pad and making sure that we have a message that resonates with Chicago folks and folks around the nation. So, you know, being open for only 60 days and being operational for only 60 days, I'm not sure that we're at that point just yet. you know, but with this extra exposure, I know we're going to get a couple more emails. We're going to have a couple more phone calls and opportunities that are going to open up that we might not have thought about a week or two ago. So, you know, this business is fluid. You know, we've had to pivot our business plans a couple of different times, and, you know, pivoting that and having these two guys, you know, involved in it, we've been able to be successful up until this point. So we just want to move like water. You know what I mean? So if something comes along our way, we're going to absolutely take the opportunity to listen to it and see what comes from it. But everything's moving so fast, so quickly. You know, it's not overwhelming, man, but it's great. It's a new issue and a great problem that we have now, kind of victims of our own success.
People are really happy for you. People are really excited for you and for Funky Town Brewery. The viewers at home probably didn't get to see it, but when we announced that Funky Town won the Pitch Slam, you guys got a standing ovation, a rousing standing ovation. I don't think we've seen that before at the Brewbound conference. So congratulations again. You know, last question, where's the party? You guys going back home to Chicago? Are you exhausted at this point? You gonna go to bed, or are you gonna party into the night?
I'm partying. I'm partying, baby.
Well, I mean, actually, we've been out here not focusing on this and not posting about the stuff we have going on, but we will be celebrating this Saturday at Robinson's Ribs in Oak Park.
Shout out to Robinson. Shout out to Robinson.
It was one of the events that we had planned. That's a childhood friend that we know, and this makes that party even sweeter. So
Unfortunately, I won't be able to attend, but hopefully you'll have another one. Robinson's Ribs sounds like it's right up my alley, actually. So,
fire.
Yeah. Outstanding. Well, gentlemen, once again, congratulations on your victory. Can't wait to see where the brand goes from here. And who knows, maybe we'll have you up on stage next year at Brewbound Live Winter 2022 with Justin sitting across from you asking about how'd you get so big so quickly. So, but in the meantime, thank you all so much for watching today. It's been an honor to sit down with everyone in the viewing audience. Hopefully we will see you all once again next year at Brewbound Winter 2022. Registration is open. Sign up today. In the meantime, I'm Ray Latif signing off for an incredible team at BevNet and Brewbound. We'll talk to you next time.